Welcome to Tran wins Dead Space 2023. Please note that there is an epilepsy and content warning for this game. If you are easily disturbed by dismemberment, impalement, blood, gore, vomit, and death, this may be a video you want to pass up on. This particular playthrough will be a segmented, no damage run. Meaning that every time I take damage, I'll just load the last save. So I will be saving a lot. There's 48 saves exactly. They take maybe 5 seconds to do. If you want to challenge yourself, see if you can spot the splicing in each segment.
Isaac, it's me. I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing.
That's her? Nicole?
Yeah. I've heard from her in weeks.
We're 5 minutes out. You still got that thing on repeat? Guess you really miss her.
Ishimura is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls. It's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss Daniels.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry.
Imagine 6 months staring at that chunk of rock.
To an independent miner, that's paradise. Aegis 7 is one of the richest finds in CEC history. Some prospecting team set up for life. Now where is she?
There. Confirming visual contact with USG Ishimura.
What a beauty. Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
Yeah. I'll get us into hailing range. Someone's got to be waiting up for us.
Just be careful on the approach. I'm not taking any chances with the CEC's pride and joy.
No chances, huh? Is that why you were digging into my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
I'm a computer analyst. Comes with the job.
I ran standard CEC background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big leagues, you have to play ball.
Sir, we're in hailing range. USG Ishimura, this is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kelly, responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura. Ishimura, do you copy? Come in. This is the USG Kelly.
You ever hear of a full communications blackout on one of these things?
Never. Come on. Someone pick up the damn phone.
What the hell is that?
Sounds like their communication array is busted. Maybe a broken encoder. Daniels and I can handle it in 48 hours, max.
Hey, that gives you plenty of time to catch up with Nicole.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jen, Johnson, take us in.
Drop these tethers engaged. Automatic docking. Let's go.
Losing control.
Tether intrusion.
We're off course.
Guidance system override isn't responding.
Shit, we're coming in too hot. It's gonna smash us into the hull.
Jen, aim for that emergency stabilizer. There, the blue light. It might slow us down.
Got it.
Jump the flash shield. Brace yourself.
Everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'll live. Hey, Johnston. All right?
It's my ankle. Might be broken.
Shit, but better than a broken neck. Or worse. Good call on the stabilizer, Isaac.
Gotta always read the manual.
What the fuck's going on with flight control? That guidance system's a death trap.
Better add it to your repair list. Jen, what's our damage?
Comms are down. We lost the port booster. Got a fire in one of the stabilizers and singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help. Johnston, stay with the Kellion. We'll send a medic. Everyone else, with me.
If I'm ever staying still like this, it's to let the game load or get more dialogue.
Forget something?
How's the ankle?
Looks like hell. But I've had worse. You go on. I'll get it strapped up.
There's a missable log on the left, and with any log, you'll need a pause to read it.
Crap, it came down hard.
Not a great start to our repair mission.
Pulse rifles?
Standard procedure, Miss Daniels. We'll register them in the flight lounge.
Hello? Where is everybody? Half the ship must have heard that landing.
Be proud, Chen. You got us here in one piece.
Johnson might disagree. But you're off and by the first round tonight.
I wouldn't mind something to steady my nerves, especially on CEC staff.
You see anyone in flight control?
No, nobody.
At least we didn't take out the sign.
It holds the record for the highest number of planet cracks, with 34 to date, and highest dead weight of refined product.
May as well get signed in.
This is my first playthrough of the Dead Space remake. Every section that you see is an experience honed by playing that section over and over, or maybe I just got lucky the first time. In this particular case, I'm waiting for more audio. That's why I'm not stepping up towards the door.
Isaac, come sync your rig.
Welcome, Isaac Clarke, to the USG Ishimura. Rig synced. Collect kinesis and stasis modules from Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. Location? Error. Employee not found.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer. What is wrong with their comms?
I really enjoyed playing this game. It was a lot of fun, but it was frustrating replaying every segment over and over, including this intro section. Since I'm doing no damage, if I ever get touched by anything, whatever it was, I had to start that section over.
Someone left in a hurry.
Where's the security detail? Where's anybody?
There's nothing logged. No duty roster, no power to the elevator.
For God's sake. That security console's still working. Isaac, get a damage report. I'm done playing around.
There are these little babies around the map. You can hit them, but right now Isaac does not have an attack capability.
Does anyone else smell that?
Smell what?
Like something died in the air vents. Oh.
If you wait long enough, Chen will talk about the air vents, but you don't get Isaac talking about the floor. If you go through this door immediately, you talk about the floor. Every edit is done during the save console. Skips like that is when the game's choosing to autosave. That is not an edit.
Isaac, try that security console.
Oh God, that smell.
What have you got, Isaac?
Shit. It's not just comms or the guidance system. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Could do that kind of damage to a planet cracker.
Okay, I got us some power. Ventilation's up. Power to the elevator.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Another malfunction?
No. The quarantine systems are all fine.
Oh, wait. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Hammond?
Take it easy. Daniels, get those elevators.
There's something in here with. Up there!
I don't know why that would kill Chen. It was 2 stabs in the shoulders. Yes, I definitely would not want to get stabbed, but I don't think those are fatal wounds. Given how often Isaac could get stabbed, it hasn't proven to be a fatal wound. I've noticed that having redone this section many times, like the Necromorph who opens that door can be randomly closed. Notice that there's no box to the left. I don't know if it's a matter of the game not having finished loading the box or I need to get the plasma cutter first. Many times during this gameplay, because I'm playing on a potato PC, things will not have loaded in correctly. Some cases, this will actually be to my advantage. I can think of 2 or 3 times where it helps, but in most cases, it's to my disadvantage. And it's one of the reasons why I might hang around in a room after I've done everything, because I need to wait for the next room to load. For example, if I don't wait long enough in this room, that Necromorph and the person do not spawn at all. Even though not every cutscene will work properly if I don't wait long enough, I do try to show you some jankiness and try to show you the cutscene, so I aim for a middle ground of loading. Long enough for some of it to load in, and quick enough so that it loads improperly. It is on purpose.
Security request retrieved.
Shot that fucker right between the eyes and it didn't die. Smith had to shoot its fucking arms and legs off. For God's sake, send help!
I will activate my health pack periodically, but that's just to see if I've been damaged. You'll see spinal rig health icon flash when I try activating the health icon.
Isaac. Oh my god, Isaac. You made it.
Just... they're everywhere. Chen, is he,
He's gone. Nothing I can do. What the fuck are these things?
The ones I saw? Some of them were wearing Ishimura uniforms.
They're the crew? How the hell can they be the crew? Look at them.
We need to get to the bridge. There's 1,000 people on board. Someone will be there.
We can't. The tram system's wrecked. Everything's locked down because of the quarantine.
And you're both repair techs, so how do we do this?
If it flashes when I hit health, it means I'm okay. Otherwise, if it fills up, it means I was hurt.
There's a broken tram car blocking the tunnel. It's gridlocked the system, and the data board's burned out. I can't lift the lockdown or call the tram until we get a spare from the maintenance bay. But it's all on Isaac's side of the quarantine.
I'll handle it. Just make sure there's power to the repair systems.
And Isaac?
Yeah?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's a doctor, right? She'll do the smart thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she always does. Find somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
Alright, so here's the first edit. Once we save, that's when I jump to the next segment. You can probably keep track of how long it took me to beat the next section by looking at the date of the save. Unless I went to sleep, of course. Here it looks like I made my first save at 8:32. Let's see how long it takes me to get to the second section. And every save is roughly about 10 minutes apart. It doesn't sound like much, but remember that I have to redo every section every time I get hit. And the enemies actually spawn randomly. Many times they are consistent, but sometimes when you're going through old areas, new enemies will spawn, ambushes will happen, and sometimes when you're going into an area that you haven't been, enemies will merge from random vents. Sometimes it's determined based on where you are, but other times it's just random. Right now I'm just sort of killing time waiting for Isaac to be told that he needs to face us the door. I have played the original Dead Space, so I know what I'm doing, to an extent.
Reading a door malfunction between you and the maintenance bay. Can you fix it?
No, but I found a stasis module. If I'm faster than... I got it.
If you are looking to 100% the game and get all the audio logs, you'll have to have the game prompt you to do these actions. That way you can be given that audio file. Normally there's a body here, but they haven't loaded in yet. I just sort of ran over reflexively. Since since this is my first time through, I don't know where I might find infectors, so I go ahead and just stomp all the bodies. Having played the original Dead Space, I know that that's typically helpful to you, but I'm not going to wait around for the bodies to load, so we'll go ahead and keep going.
Isaac, don't bother shooting those fuckers in the head. Doesn't even slow them down.
Okay. The only way is hacking them apart. Those arms, their legs.
Does that even kill them? Or do they just stop moving?
We'll pick up that log in a second. I didn't want the voice to overlap.
Repair systems online. Loading system reinitialized. Warning. Autoloader malfunction. Please contact a repair technician. Message retrieved.
Vents into engineering. You got a stasis module handy? We need one in tram maintenance stat. The autoloader's fried. I got a damaged tram car on the tracks, and if the whole system's gridlocked, guess who they're calling? Several dudes sending the stasis module now. What's the autoloader? No idea. A lot of shit's been breaking down. I keep hearing things. Down in the gears where no one can be. You know? I know.
That was him leaping to attack. When a Necromorph starts sprinting, they do have a leap attack to do to you. I will be stasising and kinesising quite a bit in order to save ammo. I would not be short on ammo. The difficulty we're fighting on is at medium, that's just a standard level. This is a case where sometimes the enemies will spawn randomly. Many times an enemy will spawn behind that wall to the left. A couple times they'll spawn in the window next to me. Half the time they'll spawn on the other side of the ramp. It is random. I'm going to sort of sit here and find a good vantage point. And there they are. One's right behind the wall. Sounds like one's behind me. You'll know an enemy is dead when they drop items. I haven't ever found an enemy faking death after you blasted it. I've seen them fake death when you enter a room, but in the middle of combat, I've never seen them just sort of sit there. I don't remember if that was a thing in Dead Space 1, but I thought it was. There are enemy soldier zombies later in the game that will pause after getting shot to the floor, but I don't think they're faking death.
You got it. The tram was jamming the whole system.
That's one down. You said a data board was fried too?
Inventory says there's a spare board in the maintenance bay. We can't run the trams without it.
Many times during communications, doors will be locked, so you can't actually enter them. Here you can see that I'm waiting for the next area to load. As I said, most of the time, loading works to my disadvantage, but there are a couple times where it is helpful. This one's a spitter zombie. The only way you can tell he's different is that he's got some pustules on his torso. I'm gonna double back and refill my stasis. I use that a lot, and the next area does not have a stasis recharge, only because I had a choice of two different areas to go, left or right. I went to the right first to get the stasis module. If you had gone left first, they weren't going to give you any stasis recharge just because you might not have gotten the module. My inventory is kind of full, so in order to completely loot this next area, I will have to drop my items. Although this is an 8-hour video, it is mostly efficient, especially for our first run-through. And that being said, each segment that you see saved and played, it is probably not my first time through that segment, but it is my first playthrough. The reason I say that is sometimes I make decisions that, in hindsight, maybe I should have made another decision. You can see here that it took me an hour to run this 7-minute segment with no damage on my first playthrough. So that's one of the ones that were faking death, but I've never seen them do it in the middle of battle. This one will always appear, and if you shoot him, he will attack you early. Otherwise, he will just run away. I tried to show you everything, so that might mean taking a little bit of a more scenic tour. They do attack you in storage, and it's random. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're already in there. In one case, I had one laying down in front of a workbench area. Like, oh, okay. Now, I could save at every checkpoint I reach, but I am trying to minimize the number of saves I have, even if it is 50 times during the course of one full playthrough. This is another one of those random rooms. I've done this several different times, going left or right first, and the enemy still isn't consistent on how they choose to spawn. I've decided that if I go left first, I can save some of the explosives for an exit on the right side. So that's why I'm going this direction. The enemy you can generally hear when they shatter open a vent, and sometimes you'll hear them scream, like just right now. Because I'm cheap, I want to lure him to an explosive and kill him in one hit rather than 4. I can hear another one somewhere. I just don't know where he is. Because it can spawn in any vent. There are 3 bodies here in front of you. Oh, sometimes one of the bodies is missing. Perhaps it loaded funny, flew off because of explosion, whatever the case is. This one I've never seen be active. Again, this is just medium difficulty. Maybe on Impossible, they are all active. I'm turning around looking for that 3rd body. I'm like, where is it? Normally I stop that one too. I try to wait long enough during text logs to let you pause and read it if you choose to. Here is a node that has 2 energy units, but has 3 things I can choose to power. I want to open the maintenance room and leave the elevator on. That means that I'm going to have to turn off the lights. I don't know if there's a way back down without the elevator. I tried looking around for one, but the elevator is the only way I know how to. Now, there's about 3 enemies that will spawn in this second go-round once you're down on the first floor. You could easily lure them into the workshop room if you choose to run there, because enemies can chase you from room to room by using the vents. However, I want to use the explosives. There should be one more. It looks he's right behind me. I don't notice it right now. And then suddenly I see him at the edge of my view. That's the first time one has ever spawned behind me there. I see the vent that he came out of, but I've never had one spawn there before. And I've done this, we'll say, like 10 times.
Isaac, we can't stay here much longer. Hearing a lot of movement.
Hold on. I got the data board. I'm coming back to tram control now.
Daniel, get ready to go.
You can kind of guesstimate how long it took me to do any one section by just looking at the timestamps between each save. So if it took me 50 minutes and it was only a 5-minute section, I may have had to run that 10 times. Since I'm a big stasis and kinesis user, I like to upgrade my suit first. once you've gotten the card, the Necromorph will spawn in front of you. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to save this path, so I can use these explosives. I know there's one more Necromorph somewhere. I don't know where he's at. And there we go. So that was his leaping attack. Normally, I get that Necromorph to spawn in front of me with those 3 vents, because there's a really good chance of that happening. Even if he doesn't, there's a vent right here, right in front of this fake corpse. So that's 2 times they ambushed me from behind, but your ears will help out greatly for determining if you're about to get ambushed. After I've stasis killed an enemy, sometimes they'll groan after they've been defeated.
Data board reinstalled. System restart maintenance complete. Calling Tran.
It's clear!
Now arriving at flight deck Tran control.
We're on board. Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine locked in the first two. We can get to the hangar. Comms are still down though, so be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnson fix up the Kelly. You report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
Wait, protocol? Hammond, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure, and we'll get through this.
We'll see.
No area is truly safe. Not each tram area, tram control room, not even areas where there are stores and save points. I've actually been hit while in a store before. This one always takes a little while to spawn in, that's why I didn't just start charging. I knew he was going to appear. But if you ever see me aiming at something and then suddenly a dude appears, that's because I probably got hit by him before. There is the difference between Necromorphs spawning and following you, but they do definitely spawn inside these storage rooms, which is stupid considering that they're a locked storage room. A locked door is only as secure as its weakest point.
Isaac, we made it to the bridge. There's no survivors. Daniels is trying to get into the command computer.
Johnson is a very minor character in this game, but you would think that Hammond would have told Johnson, hey, there's aliens running around killing people, Chen just died. The reason why I feel that she hasn't been notified anything is she doesn't say anything to Isaac out of the ordinary when she sees him. She says, hey, give me a hand with some repairs. Also, is that blood? She has not been notified of this situation. I don't know why he insists on taking off his helmet. If he had left it on, maybe Isaac could have done something differently.
What have you done on you? Is that blood?
Haley, I need you to listen. The Ishimura's overrun with... they're fucking monsters. You didn't hear anything?
What? No, the comms are still out. Isaac...
We need the Killian fixed now. Got a damage report?
Yeah, it's there.
Oh god. This is the Air Corps. Go!
See, in that time frame, it took him to put on the helmet. He could have taken down that Necromorph and had her rush out the ship. I mean, I would think leaving the ship when your singularity core has exploded is pretty high on the list of priorities. I understand, they do it for dramatic effect, but still. If you are in the middle of an alien undead invasion, and you have no idea the scope of the battlefield, and your vessel has likely been breached, as well as the crew on it has not been notified of these monsters, I think taking off your helmet is the last thing you should do.
Isaac, what's happening down there?
Johnson's gone. Kellian too. The singularity core overloaded.
No!
Kellian was our only way home. We're trapped.
No! I'm not losing two good people for nothing. What about the command computer?
It's a brick. All the primary systems are locked down with the captain's codes.
So we find Captain Matthias, track his rig.
Okay, here. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location medical. Status deceased.
Even the captain? God.
Isaac, you're closer to medical. You can double back and cut through maintenance. Find the captain's body and get his rig. With his codes, we... What was that? Chen?
Okay, Hammond, run!
It could just be that I'm unobservant, but I would have a hard time telling any Necromorph apart from another. Later in the game, you'll see a being get transformed into a Necromorph right on top of Isaac. You can tell me if you would be able to tell one Necromorph from another. However, don't forget that the marker is screwing with everybody's heads right now. I've tried walking into the abyss here, but it is an invisible wall for me. All of those suits are just cosmetic skins that I got from purchasing the deluxe edition of Dead Space Remake. I will go and show each suit at some point during the gameplay. Whenever you upgrade your suit, you get removed from your cosmetic suit and put into the rig you just purchased. Now, if I remember right, I first played Dead Space because I wanted the Dragon Age Origins order bonus. I spent a lot of time trying to get all the Dragon Age Origins bonuses. I think I played a Flash game and signed up to their website, uploaded a picture or something, whatever hoops I needed to jump through to get a bunch of extra gear. And one of the items your hero in the medieval RPG can wear is the engineer's suit that Isaac Clarke wears. I will be selling ammo a lot throughout the game, and I will be a rich, rich man. This is the Sanctified suit. I kind of like the black look of it, so I could do without all the runes. It's not that I'm creeped out by it or anything, I just think it would look cooler without them. Maybe if they glowed or something, that would be cool. Every now and then, splicing together the save segments is a little bit more difficult. Depends on how close I am to the wall, how much detail is in the save room. The lighting can change, Isaac's stance can change, and also every time I load the game, I have to reorient his plasma cutter. It starts off vertically every time I load the game, no matter what I saved it as before. All tutorial messages are also done for good when you load the game. It doesn't reset, so I have to go through the options and reset my tutorial messages to give you a more seamless playthrough. I know how to kinesis and stuff, but for the gameplay, I need to show it. It will take multiple playthroughs to get enough nodes to max everything, so pick wisely. You will always be wearing your suit, so that's my first choice. There's a treasure box behind these kinesis crates. When enemies spawn in this room to ambush you, there typically is one behind the bars and one near the ramp.
Gotta hold the line. They all came back.
You are introduced to your second weapon of the game. I can press tab to open my inventory, and then I can attach it to my weapon wheel. Consoles. Alright, so I can equip 4 items. It's fine, no biggie. You generally don't want to have all your equipment on you. Whenever you have a weapon on you, ammo for that weapon will spawn. However, it's not a new spawn. It takes the place of an existing spawn. So let's say there are 5 items. Some of them could be health items, some of them could be randomly money, some of them could be ammo. If you're carrying 3 different weapons, oh, you're gonna have to divide some of that loot. But if you're carrying just the plasma cutter, all random ammo will be plasma cutter ammo. It won't mean that you won't ever find other kinds of ammo. That might be a static drop.
Isaac, have you heard from Daniels? We were attacked. She ran the other way.
No, nothing. Medical's a slaughterhouse. They barricaded access to the morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, but the barricade was put together in a hurry. A hydrazine tank might blow it open. Just need a detonator, like maybe a shock pad. Nicole could be through there if...
Isaac, the one who attacked us. I swear to God it was Chen. But I saw him die. If they barricaded the morgue, maybe it was to keep something in.
Some of the characters' stupid actions can be excused by the marker, but they're going to do something incredibly monumentally stupid with Chen later. At this point, we have established that Chen came back from the dead, and there might be something creepy in the morgue. This dude right here would normally slam his head to the wall and kill himself. Because I didn't finish loading the map, I managed to run through the trigger where he would kill himself. This is not my first time shooting that dude in the leg. I've already figured out how many pulse rifle shots it takes to kneecap a dude. I realize here I hit the wrong one. Those orange crates are locked. We'll need a higher security key to open them.
Patient log retrieved.
The tests on patient Harris were inconclusive. Given the reports from the colony, he's lucky to have his faculties at all. Well, a divine experience would leave an impression on anyone's mind. Perhaps. But I saw nothing divine in all that blood. The suicides. But this is a revelation, Terrence. Which is excited. That insight can be found in the Harris. I'm positive. And with Captain Ohio's following any visits to Aegis 7, this fellow may be our best chance. Harris is Dr. Brennan's patient. And your message... Look, Mercer, things are complicated enough already. I can't sign off on this. You do what's best, of course, but... how long is it to wait?
Every survivor you meet, if you happen to aim your weapon at them, the reticle turns green. It won't let you shoot. Not that I'm trying, just saying. I have run into that room before where it was completely dark and you couldn't even see the guy very well. Sometimes I don't know if that's a side effect of the game just not finishing loading, or the lights are intentionally off at that time. There are random events in the game, not just random monsters, but sometimes vents will start spinning wildly, or the lights will be off. Those are all random events. I just don't always know if the darkness is part of my computer or the game's random event system. Pretty much every Necromorph you kill gives you 2 free weapons. And on medium difficulty, it takes 2 kinesis throws to take care of another Necromorph. We'll be in this room again later, and new audio logs will have appeared. For whatever reason, the mouse cursor doesn't actually work on the save menu. I can select it with the mouse, but clicking does nothing. I have to hit enter, and it throws me off every time.
Entering vacuum. Entering zero gravity.
Air will never be a problem for my character because I always upgrade my suit. I don't upgrade it for the air, I upgrade it for the stasis. Until you reach this area, you are not allowed to do takeoff and land. Every time I loaded the game, I had to reset the tutorials. It would also reset the tutorials for my weapon. Every time I loaded the game, I'd have to psycho through all my weapons. So that way, during recording, you wouldn't see a pop-up for like how to use the pulse rifle every time I switch to it. Thankfully, the game stops giving you tutorials after a few chapters in.
Exiting zero gravity.
Still holding this position. What's happening there? Did you find Nicole?
No sign of her yet. But I found some hydrazine that should work on the barricade. I just need to find a shock pad.
Okay, work fast, Isaac.
Entering zero gravity.
What the hell? It shut the whole ship. I'll check it out.
Entering vacuum.
I'm looking for his tail.
God, took one step out of the captain's net to Chen, that thing. He almost got me.
You okay?
I trapped him in a damaged escape pod. He's snarling like, this is fucked up. Hurry, Isaac.
There's something comical about when you kill an enemy through kinesis. I think it's just the way they go flying. This room here on the way back, I have found a lot of enemies most of the time. 3 different enemies spawning all at the same time to get you in that hallway. Now, I don't stomp these bodies because I just love gore. If you've ever played Dead Space, you know that the Necromorphs take the corpses and then make more zombies. The game already tells you that with Chen. I can either stomp them now or spin ammo on them later. These poles are great, though they can be hard to find sometimes. I would like it if they were lit up a little better.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
They pretty much one-shot kill everything I've come across, at least in medium difficulty. Any damage values I talked about are only limited to this. I have no idea what the game is like on hard or impossible. I'm waiting for more enemies, because normally there's 4 of them. One of the things I think is weird about this game is they activate a quarantine whenever zombies approach. Okay, and all it really ever serves to do is trap you in a room with zombies. Really think about it though. They trap you in a room with zombies, but they're still entering the room that is under quarantine. Just a very gamey thing. Not what I wanted to grab. One of the things you can do with Kinesis is, if you've damaged an enemy's limb, you can actually finish tearing off the limb using Kinesis. So I knew it was still attached to his body, but I was hoping to rip it off. Kinesising the wrong item is a thing that will happen a lot to me during the course of the game. Like here, I don't want an arm, I want a blade. It doesn't really do any substantial damage, but I believe it does do something, because I have been able to kill an enemy doing it before. Remember that the blades you get from the bodies are not random blades, they're always on the arm. If you're trying to pull blades from a corpse, try to aim at their upper torso.
Quarantine lifted.
Copy to my secure terminal. I can you can show me the video feed from the colony. It's remarkable to finally see what I've sought all my life. The miners, this transformation, the divide death itself. Kain is erring on the side of caution. His faith has been shaken by these necromorphs, as he calls them. How strange. When my own faith has been so richly rewarded. With or without Kain, I must study one of these creatures. Or the next best thing. Brennan's patient, for example.
Nicole?
Nicole Brennan is your character's love interest, and is who Isaac is pursuing throughout this game. There are a couple extra side objectives added in the remake that weren't in the original, one of which includes following Nicole's journey through logs.
Personal log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. With medication and zero-G therapy, patient Harris is showing improvement. If this continues, there might be hope for the others on Aegis 7. However, Dr. Mercer continues to interfere. He claims Harris's delusions are religiously significant. If I have to make a complaint, I will. I'm not losing my patient over unitology bullshit. Not again.
Tracking rig signal. Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig location? Inconclusive. Manual rig tracking is available.
Ben, what in God's name is happening down there?
Precisely that. God's work.
How can you say that? These deaths at the colony, the paranoia, the hallucinations. You wanted a scientific analysis? Cause and effect? Well, it all began after they raised the marker.
What are you so worried about? The marker is defined. We know this. Look, it'll be on board tomorrow. You can study it then. Put your mind at ease.
At ease? People are dying. How can that be the transformation the teachings promise?
We're witnessing a new beginning, Terrans. For unitology, for humanity. Of course our faith is being tested. Everything is about to change.
That's what worries me. Then recording. Seal entry.
One of the things I really like about the NPC interactions is that they're not just standing there talking. People don't do that in real life. They go around and fidget with stuff, pace back and forth. Every time I see a game where people are just standing around talking, I'm like, have you ever seen a person do that? Stand completely at attention while addressing each other for 5 minutes? Now, I feel that there are some schematics that appear in the area after you are introduced to anti-gravity, and it was on the left, but on subsequent runs, it didn't appear. So either it was my imagination or it only appeared once, and I can't get it anymore. Now, because of the jankiness of my machine and the game combined, I can actually save this guy, but he will T-pose for the rest of the game. To save him, all I have to do is run through the area before it finishes loading, and I will end up bypassing the trigger that both locks the door and makes the whole cutscene play. I really like this text log. You gotta wait for that Necromorph to finish spawning, because otherwise your spear will go straight through him. Like, the game is trying to play horror music, but I think in this case I am the real monster.
Daniels isn't answering her rig link. What's your status?
I found a shock pad I can use on the barricade. I'm heading back there now.
Watch the voltage on that pad. We're not losing anyone else.
I really don't know why you need explosives for this. We have plasma cutters. The pulse rifle carries grenades in it. We have kinesis. There are vents that obviously lead from one area to another. And you may say, like, well, Necromorphs are in there. I mean, Necromorphs are not in the vents too. And if you're in the vents with them, then that means they're straight ahead. Or straight behind. Either way, it's much easier to fight than in an open room. I find it a lot harder to fight the Necromorphs when I have to look around all over the place, constantly. But when they're being funneled in one area, it's way easier. I go and put up the pulse rifle for now because I don't want pulse rifle ammo to spawn. I'm not trying to store the weapon. It won't let me get past that text message, which is why it's on there longer. I think it's just because I was moving so fast it claimed that I was trying to store. It's like, no, I'm in another menu right now. One of the reasons why I went to the store is because if I rush to plant this device, the cutscene for this does not load properly. So a lot of times I will have to take little side trips. See, what has sucked is that guy has hit me before, even though I knew he would be there. I didn't see him. It takes him a while to appear for me. What happens is he falls from the ceiling. Every time there's an invisible enemy, he has probably hit me. And the next time around, I'm ready for it.
Remember, when you reach the morgue, find Captain Mathias' body. Get his rig codes, and the computer's all on.
I can bug this room out by running in too quickly, and Nicole Brennan won't appear. Neither will the batteries. The game has patched since the time of this recording, and if you are having trouble getting things to appear properly, just wait a little bit longer in the rooms for the ones that need to load.
Loop and transmit all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is overwhelmed. We need help. Look at his wounds. We can't handle so many trauma cases, and the command crew won't tell us what's happening. Oh, he's seizing. Maybe I have some KHB left.
I haven't figured out how much of a body needs to be intact before it can be infected. Remember, this is my first playthrough. But it's possible that just kinesising the body once is enough to keep it from getting infected.
Level 2 security clearance required. Security clearance required.
These little blue canisters are essentially stasis grenades. This is my regular pile-up of bodies. Piling up bodies like this makes it much faster for stopping them all. I mentioned earlier that it's just easier to deal with enemies when they are being funneled through one area. These crates won't actually stop them, but it will buy me a little bit of time.
Medical log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. So much for being paranoid. I repurposed this room to run counseling sessions without unitologists interfering. Now it's the only place I feel safe. I recovered a limb after yesterday's attack. Genetically, it's human tissue with bizarre mutations. But it's just a sample. It's not enough to figure out a cure. I need... Wait, where's that report from engineering? Here. The engineers pulled something out of machinery. Limbs missing, torso intact. Okay. Time for a real autopsy.
This is a power cell that you can extract by turning off all the power that is being used by it. Much later in the game, I thought about coming back here to take this battery to deal with a room that would not spawn a battery for me. It's the little baby morphs that are the biggest problem. Remember, I'm doing a no damage run? You can just run away from these slashers. Ouch, what I was trying to grab. It happens a lot. So as you can see, I tried to funnel them all in this direction so I could see what's going on. That's why I think going through the vents could indeed be safer. Also, there was plasma cutter ammo inside that hidden shower area. You find a lot of plasma cutter ammo everywhere, even on Necromorph bodies, but oh, other plasma cutters. It's a shame. Imagine dual wielding these babies, or welding them together to make one ultra plasma cutter. If you ever see me looking around a room like this, it's because I'm trying to find all the loot. Sometimes if the loot does not drop from a body, you have to hit the torso one more time. Now again, I'm piling these bodies up, not because I'm a masochist. I just want to make that clear. That baby's not a threat. There'll be many times where there's an enemy that completely ignores you because it has to travel somewhere. Now, I have actually become fairly proficient at dodging the baby morph's shots while fighting. Yeah, even a small stray shot makes me have to load. I knew the baby didn't drop anything, which is why I was trying to hit it. The game tries to prioritize giving you weapons over other things, but that can be kind of annoying when it's not actually what you want. To some extent, kinesising the wrong object is understandable. I've never not had it kill anybody before, so maybe it's because the dude was still in his spawning animation. But even in late game, those spears kill enemies.
Mercer, Karen's fine. You were in surgery, so I left this with Warwick. He'll be discreet. I just got the latest report from Aegis 7. The situation's worse than Captain Matthias will admit. 40% of the colony's population is now showing symptoms. Depression, hallucinations, more violence. People are dying down there. I know it's linked to the marker somehow, but I just don't have enough data. Mercer, maybe I was wrong. We need answers by any means possible. That patient, Brent Harris, might be our last hope.
I'm walking back and forth because I felt like I was missing another log. I thought there was one on one of these tables, but I must have been thinking of something else.
Security request retrieved.
Left me. I went in the dark with them scratching in the walls. Scratching my breath. This will help with him then. Fuck it. I'll cut him out. I'll cut him out. I'll cut him out.
One has to wonder why you find credits inside these boxes. Welcome to a room that every zombie game has, the morgue. Unsurprisingly, this is also the introduction of the infected. When we see our first transformation, you tell me if you could still recognize the Necromorph. Later on, when I become strong enough, I will deliberately let bodies get infected, because they will drop items. Also, you can try to leave bodies around intentionally in order to lure infectors. Personally, I don't know why his clothes melt off, but whatever. By leaving a corpse in the furthest part of the room, straight ahead of the door, I knew where to find the infector. Otherwise, you may have to try chasing it around in this foggy room, and that can be troublesome for a no damage run.
Isaac, what's your status? Do you have the captain's rig?
Fuck me! Ugh. Transmitting codes now. I saw it, Hammond. A flying one turned the captain's body into another one of those things. The same must have happened to Chen.
God. Maybe the command computer has something. Where's Daniels when you need her? Head back to the security checkpoint. It's safer there. At least I can upgrade your clearance.
Clearance confirmed.
Game's plot point will increase your security clearance from 1 to 3. You can't miss any.
Isaac.
I'm here. What the hell's happening?
The computer says the Ishimura's engines are offline. We're on a decaying orbit toward Aegis 7.
Oh god. I have to get to engineering.
There's no time. That tram station's offline. Unless... Here. Head back to the flight deck. I'll guide you from there. If this damage report's right, there's a shortcut to engineering.
Clearance confirmed. Level 2.
Now, maybe they'll change it in the future, but I feel like the color of all the security locked doors and lockers and chests are all the same orange. But hopefully that changes in the future, Pat. That would be a nice quality of life thing.
Clearance confirmed.
This is one of the rooms where I find enemies in front of the store a lot of times. But thankfully they all kind of appear in the middle of the room, rather than hiding in a corner or something. So a quick look in the direction of the store will tell you it has someone spawned in here or not. Later on, when the room is lit up by lanterns, I have been ambushed in this room. Even though there are no vents for them to spawn through, they can just simply spawn in this room. Even in this tram room. But it isn't that frequent. Still, don't go running in blindly all the time.
Flight
I've never been attacked on the tram, even though there'll be some spooky events. Every time the game tries to give you some sort of spooky event like that, I always feel safer, because the game would not give you a death in that way. Whenever you're going through these things, there's nothing you can do. Probably a cutscene attack or something, but you're pretty much guaranteed safety. So I always feel safer. But yeah, the tram was sometimes shut down. I'm not worried, because I have no control over anything.
Security reporting retrieved.
That is the Necromorph that followed me from the previous room. I think it's pretty cool that he's still chilling there. But it could be because he's a random spawn that it has decided he has no idea where he wants to be.
Isaac, this damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Entering zero gravity.
There is an entire area to the right that we can loot. Because there's a locked crate over there, I knew we'd be back later.
You'll need your thrusters to reach it, but that lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
I think I make flying around in zero G look easy, but it does rotate your view a lot just as you're moving around. Good. I try to make it look good so that way when you're watching, you're not confused about my orientation. There's a rig unit up ahead that will spawn 2 enemies, which is why I'm taking the fire canister with me. I don't know if explosives do less damage when you're in the vacuum of space, but I will tell you that you're not allowed to use your flamethrower in these events. Now to me, the baby morphs are the biggest threat. They cause me to have to load. Everything else is pretty simple in comparison. Two baby morphs will appear as I draw closer to this gate. I bring 2 canisters because I know one won't kill. So this is our first oxygen canister, consumable item. If you aren't upgrading your air like I am, I could see you needing it, but in general the game is fairly generous with this oxygen.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
There is a button to automatically heal, there's a button to refresh your stasis, but I don't know of a button to automatically use your oxygen, so you might have to open your inventory just to do it. I've been attacked in this room probably 2 out of the 3 times I ran this segment, so I was a little surprised that nothing happened. Once I was attacked when I entered, a baby morph appeared from the vents, and another time I was attacked as I was leaving a regular slasher appeared behind the lockers. If you don't enter an open elevator fast enough, they typically close. I don't know if there's a reason for that, but that is something that happens.
Warning. Orbital position compromised. Correct course immediately.
Even though I would treat this as a central hub, I would say many of the times I've entered this area, just like Medical, I've found enemies. Sometimes I found a lot of enemies.
Engineering log. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple reporting. Still can't believe it. Mom. It's all falling apart since the captain died. Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We thought the rioting was the worst of it. So those things came through the vents. Their faces. Fuck, those were my lunch buddies, Liz's friends, old boyfriends. And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring, we're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if I know why. I'm taking Danvers to the fuel depot to fix it. Gotta keep the team focused or it'll crack. Temple out.
Seeing you in the control room. Any news on the engines?
Yeah, but it makes no sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge is offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure. Fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running, then do a full restart. But you'll need to stabilize our orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you can, Isaac.
I do have to move with a little bit of slowness. If I enter these rooms too fast, the Ripper does not spawn. That's kind of obnoxious. It'll never spawn regardless of how many times I enter the room or stand here.
Security request retrieved.
We need help down in engineering. Danvers, get those wires out there. Listen, cut out. I don't want to. I don't want to. Right, Henderson, your teeth. He's pulling his teeth out. Just hold it. Where the fuck is security? Oh, God. He's dead. No, he's alive, but he hit that 6-3 hard. He's only... Chief, what the hell is happening? I don't know. Cancel security request. Henderson needs the medical bay. And a shrink.
Now remember that Isaac will try to prioritize blades and other weapons. You're aiming at a heap of body parts. While bodies may despawn, blades tend to stay around. That Necromorph I've just killed, blade above the workbench is going to be there for the rest of the game.
Autopsy report, Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig identifies the subject was junior engineer David Swenson. The subject was dismembered after falling into machinery, allowing... God. So sorry. Some postmortem spasms. The chest contains a yellow bile seen in other specimens. Seen this bile react to dead or bioprosthetic cells. The dead tissue is absorbed, recombined, then reanimated. The bile shares genetic markers with human DNA and a growth on the walls. It's all connected to the marker from Aegis 7, but how? Dr. Kine studied the marker. Dr. Kine has vanished. unless he's with the survivors on the mining deck. You'll rest easy now, David. I promise. End log.
Every time you see an objective inactive, it means you don't have access to that area, and it will become active once that part of the Ishimura has been unlocked. That's the game's way of telling you, hey, don't worry about this quest, we'll get to it later. If I'm looking like that, it's simply because I'm trying to show you where the guy spawns. I wasn't intending on trying to catch him in midair or anything. You can see that because I'm carrying the Ripper on me right now, he dropped Ripper blades. I feel that the game is easier the fewer weapons you carry on you, which is kind of the inverse of what you'd think. In a zombie apocalyptic scenario, you might want to be as strapped as possible. But because of the way ammo and power nodes drop in this game, diversifying your portfolio can increase the difficulty of your survival. Generally, those guys survive fire canister. I would say maybe 1 in 4 times they actually die. I never end up short on ammo in this game, especially because of the way I manage my weapons. But that doesn't stop me from making sure to use all the kinesis improvised tools at hand. Besides, if you're playing along, you'll be able to find some of the weapons you can use as well. Fire extinguisher doesn't really do considerable damage, but it's good for doing a tiny bit of area damage. So after a while, you might be able to start identifying the Spittermorphs. They are never clothed, and they have yellow, bulbous pus sacs in their torso. Identifying them from a distance is important when you're trying to avoid damage.
Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back. We just wasted an hour fixing them. Now we need to restart the south refueling station, but some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breakers. No engines? We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now? There's gotta be someone around here who had a spare access card. Go see. Would you hear that? Everett, go!
Isaac. Hammond.
Daniels? You made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought that...
Glad to disappoint. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're an engineer, right? I'll get myself admin privileges. Maybe I can help.
Clearance confirmed. Entering vacuum.
I wish there were more areas in the game like this. Here you have to make a decision. Would you rather have lights on or life support? Because I have no problem with air, we are going to keep lights on. Both for recording purposes and because being able to see the enemy is helpful for no damage. I mean, running out of oxygen is a fatality, and then you have to load. Getting hit by a zombie is still a load.
Refueling sequence activated. Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
Okay, I've got a fuel reading. Only a quarter full, but it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
So that one's a spitter zombie. But generally you're safe because of the railing. This is a very weird area of the ship if you try to think about it. And that sound effect plays there every time you pass by on this gondola. I have no idea what it was supposed to represent. It's not like there are aliens walking around underneath me or anything. We can see here there's an infector, and the leaper we met will always be there. Both the infector and the leaper will always spawn. Whenever you trigger something, many times on the way back you'll find a Necromorph. But there will be many times an enemy will just spawn in order to keep things interesting as you traverse areas previously cleared. I kind of like the system. I keep one healing pack on me at all times in order to know if I've ever been damaged. Because your life bar is such a nebulous quantifier, I don't know if I've been scratched in the slightest. Sometimes Isaac will grunt or move around, but it doesn't mean he's been hit. If you're standing near fire or acid, he's not actually taking damage, but he will raise his arms up as kind of a protect himself. But yeah, throughout the whole game, I'll keep the healing pack on me, and I'll just tap H periodically to see if I'm okay. That's when you'll see his spine area. This suit I like. I would like to look more like a science fiction-y battlesuit, but I understand Isaac Clarke is an engineer, not a soldier. So this is me equipping the Ripper, so I don't have to worry about that tooltip if I ever have to load the segments.
Decontamination sequence activated. Please stand by.
Again, all this quarantine stuff is supposed to be scary, but I just feel it's very out of place. I really do. All it means is you're about to be attacked. It is the complete opposite of what a quarantine is. The easiest way to tell where the baby morphs are is to watch for the shattering metal. I will say I'd rather fight the baby morphs at range because they can just whip you with their tentacles without any priming. In ranged combat, they sit still. Sleepers are probably the other thing I'm most worried about, but they're considerably easier than the baby morphs.
Decontamination sequence complete. Thank you for your patience.
I'm looking around for loot, because I felt like I killed a lot of things, but didn't really get much of anything out of it. I don't know what all those sounds were to represent, because there are no people that I've seen in this area. By moving down to this dead end, 2 baby morphs will spawn behind you, but I want the power node. My speed in maneuvering around the game is faster than my computer's speed, loading everything, which is why often I'll be able to ambush the enemy as they spawn in. I don't want to necessarily sit still too long when aiming, because otherwise I'll just get hit by the bars. I'm trying to aim for the tentacle here. I keep hitting the body instead.
Entering zero gravity. Warning. Centrifuge offline. Please attach generator modules manually.
In pretty much every zero gravity section, you'll have to deal with leapers and baby morphs. They are probably my biggest cause of restarts.
Centrifuge restart.
Okay, this setup makes no sense from a ship design perspective. I have to use the environment to my advantage to keep avoiding damage. Sure, I can take down a leaper, but in the 3 to 6 shots it might take to disable him, has he hit? That's the question.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with tectonic load.
Okay, so you're telling me that there's only one way out here, which is blocked, so there is a lift that leads directly into the centrifuge. A spinning machine of death.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
It's not that it's a challenge or anything, it's just it doesn't make sense. Why not have a lift that goes out? You cannot stasis this thing. It may have been another Dead Space game I was thinking of. I only played 1 and 2. I never did play 3. I actually even played the number 2 multiplayer for a time. But still, it wasn't as good as Tremulous. That's kind of sad. I mostly don't like leapers and baby morphs because your limitation in spotting them. Now, you would think that if I lined up all 3 dots on a target, it would take more damage. But, and I haven't tested every scenario, it generally does not appear to do so. For example, if I target a Necromorph's limb with only 1 of the dots, it might take 2 shots to delimb. But if I target a Necromorph's limb with all 3 of the shots, it still does not delimb him. So that will require a little further testing on my part. As you know, this is my first playthrough. I don't know everything about it yet. So there's still a lot for me to learn. Every slasher or spitter, if you disable, is worth 2 blades. That's pretty good.
Clearance confirmed. confirmed.
Storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
There's only one time in the game that I can think of where I was allowed to use a store while someone was talking. I'm going to grab the pulse rifle here, and I am still carrying the Ripper. And even though I have very little intention of regularly using it, the reason for this is so that I can deliberately get Ripper saw blades. I don't know when it was, but at some point during my playthrough, and I think it happens later on, probably right before I enter the mining section of the game, because at that time I was unable to progress, and I still needed to get video ready for Monday. Eventually I did calculate how much each bullet cost. Most of the time I'm grabbing weapons. There's no deliberate plan in mind, but I do want to show off all the weapons and all the suits, so I do make time to use everything at least once.
Entering zero gravity.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DEC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth gust orders. When the miners found the artifact, they reported hallucinations, paranoia, suicide. Dr. Ishimura brought this marker on board anyway. Like that was the plan.
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
Items can be randomly spawned and not spawn as well. Sometimes that item is not there.
Exiting zero gravity.
That body in front of me counts as a friendly NPC. Maybe he's still alive after all this time. So yeah, this is one of those squeeze past an area. It's, what is that game called? Outlast or something? I never played it, but I did see a playthrough of it. I don't feel claustrophobic and in danger, because it's a cutscene. Now I know that there might be QTE stuff, which I hate, but still, you're safe. Nothing can happen to you. Ooh, zombie attached to the wall. After everything we've been dealing with, that has no meaning to me whatsoever. Still, I want to destroy the pustule above him. I want to go ahead and get rid of him whether he's a wall zombie or not.
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Rickling.
I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
I just spent a lot of nodes upgrading my plasma cutter. At this point, I do not yet know the upgrading capacity refills my ammo. That's something I test later. It's not necessary to do that to complete the game by any means, especially with the many materials and environmental objects I'm using. That one consistently takes me 2 throws to get. I think the first one is angled poorly. The second one is behind the door and works better. The problem with these swarms is they generally spawn as a conga line, and they don't all move towards you at the same speed. You might just as easily take them out with 1 fire extinguisher. In this case, I used 3. I don't know what he was doing with all those swarms. By the way, you can throw a fire extinguisher into the room from upstairs, and nothing happened. The swarm does not spawn until the music starts playing. And this dude appears once you've met the human being right there. Since he's kindly offered himself up to us, we'll use the Ripper on him. Its main fire holds the Ripper in front of you, and its secondary fire will either fire a fresh blade, if you are not using one, or fire the one in front of you blade out as a projectile. These large ones, if you hit them in the belly, will drop a bunch of those little swarming things. Once they're dead, it's safe to hit them in the belly. I'm trying to pick up the blade, but sometimes it's not always cooperative. It really doesn't matter, because pretty much anything I throw at the pustule will explode it. And by doing so, you can open up new areas. Right now it's an optional area, but there will be sections of the game where it is required. If you get close enough to them, they will actually hit you with their intestines. Vents spinning like that are extra noisy. They don't always mean it's safe, though. Generally, it's just a noise scare. Sometimes the Necromorph will still emerge. I'm not sure, but I think it consistently seems to happen the second time you pass through a room with a spinning vent, if that vent was spinning because of a random trigger. If it's part of the game, generally it has nothing to do with the Necromorph. Same thing for dark rooms. But that just might be my assumptions. Spitters can still spit even if they're prone on the ground. Now, realistically, I should hit that save point, but I try not to save every time I run into one. One of the upgrades I get for the plasma cutter is a damage over time effect, which you'll see me sometimes using to milk the most out of my plasma cutter shots. Now, it's not the whole thing you could bank on 100%, but after an enemy has spawned out of a vent, that vent is safe. Again, it's not 100%. There are times where they're still going to reuse vents, but the way I think it works is, as a design concept, they probably stack one Necromorph on each vent. And then when it comes time for them to randomly be triggered, because they don't always spawn in the same order, that casket is code-wise empty by this point.
Fuel outlet secure. Priming ignition chamber. Please stand by.
Now, that's a spitter in the background, but you'll notice that Isaac takes a good chunk of the left side of the screen. The only slashers that ever get me are ones that approach from the left, because Isaac is blocking my view of that. That actually happens to me on a few runs against the end boss, where I'm doing fine against the boss, but I have no idea that there's a slasher that Isaac is blocking my view of. Now, I only have one playthrough of evidence to support this. I've never found an infector to randomly spawn. Any infectors that have appeared have been part of a sequence of events, such as the infector that appears the first time you return to the engineering control room, where the store and stuff are. Well, in future playthroughs, I could probably ignore most of the bodies I've been stomping. During the recording of this, I had no idea what would spawn things, and I'd rather stop a corpse than deal with an active Necromorph.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura is moving again.
Thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid defense system is for.
But the ADS is offline. I've got the system readouts here.
Hammond, the Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, you disable the tram lockdown from engineering. I'll open up the bridge station. Meet me there. We need to work on this together.
So yeah, it's not like I have limited saves or anything, and realistically there's no reason I shouldn't be saving all the time.
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it!
Now, I don't know if this pregnant monster is random or what, but the first time I went through this area, after having done the engine room and not saving, he was waiting right at the door for me. So I brought the stasis along. At the time, I had stasised him with my own energy stasis, and when I ran into this room, there were about 4 enemies. Right now, I'm looking for them. What's going through my head right now? It's like, that was just a random battle? They're not actually 4 enemies here? Trying to squeeze out enough money to get into the next 10,000 range, because every 10,000 is a power node, or an upgrade to a weapon if I want to get that instead. Even if I don't use the weapon, it's still a power node, but after some quick math, I realized that if I bought one of those things, I wouldn't be able to afford the second power node. So let's say that I don't plan on using the pulse rifle at all. If you still buy the pulse rifle upgrade, you not only unlock the pulse rifle part that you bought, but you get a power node with it. So we've used the pulse rifle a little bit, we've used the Ripper a little bit.
Station now accessible. Thank you for your patience. Bridge.
Since it's a long tram ride, I go ahead and mutely stare at each of these posters to give you time to look at them all. Like the Meet the Future.
Now arriving at the bridge.
Normally the comms happens right as soon as I set foot on this place, but either I sidestep the trigger or it hasn't loaded in yet.
Isaac, I'm looking at the ADS cannons. They're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond, or the marker?
That artifact they found?
Don't bullshit us. CEC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest. Daniels?
Fine. But I'm going through the ship reports, Hammond. I'm getting some answers.
Now, I don't know if this guy damages you, but I go ahead and time my pass through anyways. That doesn't do anything. I just did it for the fun of it. But that brute, that's what they're called, I believe, is surprisingly docile, considering that's a very tiny room he's in. I don't think those credits get sucked out, but I go ahead and kinesis it anyways, so I know where it would be, rather than try to hunt for it.
You okay? At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
Security request retrieved.
Security, come in! We've been boarded! I repeat, the ship has been boarded! We are under attack! They've killed most of the deck staff! Where the hell is Chief Vincent? We need security back up now! Guns are useless. What in God's name is that?
Isaac. Sorry. Shit, you scared me.
No, keep that rifle close. What is that?
The one that attacked me. I managed to trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
You can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should... The hell with it.
Escape pod 47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston too. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons.
That lever will disappear after this cutscene. That's how they made it move.
I can hold this position for a while, if no more asteroids come through the roof.
But I think ejecting that escape pod is just phenomenally stupid.
Here. All I can tell is the ADS power routing is shot.
Well, the administration systems aren't doing much. We could redirect power from there. I'd need to rewire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good. Isaac, about what Daniel said. I don't know about any illegal mining or the marker. I swear, I'm just here for a repair mission.
Look, Hammond, I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC had to know about the marker.
The company made it, but shit like that's above my pay grade. Look, we can get into it later. You'll need a way down to those junction boxes. You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access. I found a CEC executive key card. I'll upgrade your clearance.
And you upgraded yours already?
Yeah, just in case. And Isaac? I heard something up there. Something big. Watch your back.
He still has a couple more lines, so we'll hang out here working on stuff in the meantime. Yeah, if I'm finding plasma cutter ammo everywhere, are there any other plasma cutters? Because that's a little weird. Because you see Hammond still using his pulse rifle, and they're talking about how pulse rifles have no effect.
Warning. Multiple security protocols have been corrupted. Some areas may be inaccessible. Recommendation. Acquire department rig permissions and compile master security override at this console.
Remember, you'll need to reactivate the elevators from security.
Once you get the master unlocked, I believe that carries with you through New Game Plus.
If we don't fix the ADS cannons, I'll be piloting a cloud of shrapnel.
Alright, so we see 4 escape pods here, and these are not wings with separate escape pods in them. That was a whole escape pod. There's currently 3 survivors, and there's 3 pods left, assuming that they're all functional. And you don't find any other survivors on Ishimura. Now, that being said, you may say, well, maybe the escape pod can house more than one person. No, we see the escape pod later. And this probably happened in the original Dead Space. I'm not saying that you know, the game, this current 2023 version should not have done that if the original did that. I'm just saying as a concept, as a character decision, that was stupid. I mean, what do you think will happen when you send an infecting zombie out in an escape pod? What do you think will happen? So this guy will spit giant explosive sacks at you if he feels he can't reach you. And so we're just gonna play Ring Around the Rosie on this. One of the things is but the first time I fought him, he killed himself. So what happens is he doesn't really check to see if he has clearance to throw, and it seems to have a giant hitbox. Like right there. I think he just killed himself again. I wasn't expecting it. I'm like, at this point you can see that I'm hesitating to move forward. This is my first brute. And he has been nothing but easy. However, I was actually trying to wait for a dialogue. If you wait a while, Hammond will say, shoot the brutes back.
Atrium elevators are now online.
marker, Doctor. This is mutiny. The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever the cost.
God's sakes, Ben, listen to yourself. The Ishimura's in crisis, you've cut us off. By Maritime Law Article 5469, I, Dr. Terrence Kine, hereby declare Captain Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty. Hold him. Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you.
Traitors, get your hands off me! This is my ship!
Oh my God, You... Ben. You saw I was trying to help him.
Doctor, you just killed the captain. We have to take you in.
Can't. If the others from the church get a hold of me.
Stop!
Yeah, turn your back on somebody that you're attempting to apprehend. Good call. Stupid decisions can be attributed to the markers and movements, but it's still stupid. I have found zombies in this room a lot of times. This is the area where I get hit in the back while accessing the store. So I wanted to loiter a little bit to see if a zombie would spawn. I wanted to have that infested suit for this cutscene since, as you saw, he is a headless Isaac. This one's just weird, but I like the idea of having hands for antlers. It's just still weird. I feel the suit is out of place compared to the hands. And there's a severed head on his hip as well. I think the suit probably needs to be a little bit more wastelandy or something. I have heard that speedrunners for Dead Space the original felt exhausting to go through all the cutscenes. I've got to tell you, I'm saving because of all those cutscenes. It wasn't the brute fight. It was the cutscenes. At least if I fail the engine fight, I can learn something and play it again. With cutscenes, you just sort of sit there. Imagine doing the intro over and over just because you get hit by something. You see these footprints and hands?
What's that? A recording? Huh. Must be the marker they dug up.
So it is the same. That marker. That's the symbol of the Church of Unitology.
It didn't take you for a believer, Isaac.
My mother was. But if they found this on some alien planet, what does that mean?
That Unitology's onto something?
Unitology's full of shit. Forget it.
So if the hands and feet, if you follow I believe if you follow the pattern on that, and there's another code in the crew quarters, if you follow the pattern on them inside this circle, you get prizes. I did not do it. I did not do this during this playthrough.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old deck plating doesn't play well with power surges.
Watch your step.
Now, by default, I was supposed to take the other elevator, but I wanted to do this one first. I messed up there. But I wanted to do this one first because disabling the power here will make it easier to traverse the other area later. Also, if I had kept that fire canister around, it would have come in handy in a future traversal of this zone. But I didn't know that.
Level 3 security clearance required.
that vent, an enemy will appear after you make a little bit of progress in this. It's not a maze, but I don't know what else to call it. This first one would generally get zapped and killed by the electrical fence. Now, the first time I went through this, I kind of soft-locked myself. There is a electrical vent later on that will be permanently on until you defeat the brute on the other side. But I ended up running across it before it turned on, and so I couldn't reach the brute anymore. I was trying to show you there that the zombie has spawned and is trying to ambush me. But environmental work does a pretty good job against these zombies. Thankfully, they're not hyper intelligent, just able to avoid the traps or avoid the hazards. That would be stupid. Sometimes games do that. I've never seen a baby morph survive 2 tendrils being shot off. Alright, so this one is the one that permanently turns on. As soon as the brute appeared, I just hoofed it back across the electrical thing, and then I couldn't turn around anymore. Now, there's no real point, but I want him to smash all these things so that I have a better line of sight. That's most of them. Now, what I'm also doing is I'm waiting for him to shoot those giant explosive sacks again. And I was like, oh man, I hit him. He stood up to shoot his explosive sack, and I stasis him right when that happened. I see him stand on his legs, meaning that he's going to spit, and again, the hitbox for that explosive sack must be gigantic, because he ends up hitting the column next to him. You can remove one or the other arm. Yeah, the body just killed him. As I said, it does damage. It's nothing considerable. You can actually climb into that fire and it doesn't hurt you, probably because they never intended you to do that.
Power transferred from electrical systems to ATS cannons.
Okay, I'm seeing a power reroute from the electrical systems.
Just watch the outlets. The grid's unstable.
That's one. We still need more power. A couple more systems should do it.
There's treasure over here. I skipped it the first time because then you'd have to navigate your way past 2 electrical panels, which, while doable, is unnecessary since you're going to turn off power anyways. And by turning off the power here, one of the upcoming areas will have no electrical zappers either.
Isaac, I cracked the Ishimura's MedSci reports. They're a fucking horror show. These things mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses, and the rest...
Make more corpses to infect.
That organic shit on the walls, that's dead tissue too. The crew thought it was a habitat changer. Isaac, I'm gonna run some diagnostics. I think that's death spreading.
It's spreading at the speed of plot. So it'll never spread just because you're hanging around, or at least not that I know of. Because I haven't loaded this area in fully, the effect of the stuff that's on the shelves, normally they would go flying past you, and there were 2 bodies that would fly out the hole in the ship. But none of it's finished loading in for me.
Clearance confirmed.
Now this gun I end up not using till the end of the game, and it turns out to be a really nice choice. It was totally unintentional on my part, but I think I managed to make it look really good as if I had planned it all along. Alright, I've gotten hit a lot on this next section, just from these two. They will ignore you at first because they have a scripted walk path, and then they'll attack. I wanted to kind of let them walk past first as part of their animation. The reason why I keep getting hit is because that door closes behind you pretty quick, and there's nowhere to backpedal. Now, the first time I went through here, the baby morphs were waiting for me when I left this room. But on subsequent attempts, they didn't appear until after I traversed deeper inside this room. I don't know what that's about. Maybe I must have accidentally triggered them somehow. I don't know. And I don't have footage of it either because I barely have enough footage to hold all 8.5 hours of my actual successful gameplay, let alone the numerous failed attempts. Let's just ballpark it. There's 10 to 20 attempts between every save point. There's another way to dispose of bodies. There will be infectors in this room later. I'm still looking for the baby morphs. I have no idea what this crate is for. It may just be decoration. Normally this early on, you don't see those crates for no reason. Later on, they're everywhere. Schematics that you pick up, such as weapon upgrades, will constitute an inventory slot, and will stay as such until you reach a workbench where it can be converted to a power node, as well as unlocking the appropriate weapon upgrade. As far as I'm aware, each weapon has 3 weapon upgrades to fully unlock its skill tree. Unlock its equivalent of a skill tree. I assume that your spent nodes and found up blueprints both carry with you through New Game Plus. When the game spawns one baby morph, there's generally a second. And just like in Resident Evil, anytime you activate a key object, you can generally expect enemies to interfere with you.
Just got nothing. Power diverted from mining administration network. That's 2. One more system and we'll have power for the ADS.
If you're attempting to 100% all of the audio logs, you will need to swap the order you collect power in. In some cases, you can just get away from the Necromorph, but I really don't feel like having him follow me from vent to vent. There may be a limitation on their pursuit path, but it's not something I really feel like experimenting with. no damage run.
Vacuum.
On a speed run, however, you should definitely just ignore the enemy. Very likely they won't chase you that far.
Exiting vacuum.
Unfortunately, I don't end up using the contact beam until the very end. One of the reasons why I just don't end up using it is I did not currently have a need for a long-range piercing beam. Since I've done each segment often enough, I typically know where the enemy will spawn if they have a static spawn location. This includes when they are just either appearing from invisibility, which I'll call decloaking from here on out, or finding when they load in. They can still hit you when they haven't visually loaded in, however. My only clue is that my weapon, its distance between each laser point widens or shrinks. That tells me that I'm actually aiming at somebody, even if I can't see them.
Came to the bridge looking for you, but it is completely fucked. I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back, and neither should you. It looks like the admin staff went to the mining deck to meet up with the other survivors. I'll head there. I'll find a way to contact you. I promise.
The green Necromorphs tend to be a little bit sturdier than the normal ones.
Cannons are back online. Wait, auto-targeting offline. Calibration data not found. Fuck. No auto-targeting. The cannons are useless.
What about manual targeting?
You want to go out there with all that shit raining down and target the ADS cannons manually?
If I give the cannons enough targeting data, it'll recalibrate the system. You got a better idea?
Christ. I'll open exterior access. I hope you know what you're doing.
And that is why I did the water purification last. Although I do plan out some of my routes, it's only within the limit of the next save.
What's the plan?
I'll seek a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools. I target an asteroid, the cannons take it out, and I recalibrate the system.
We're out of options. Do it.
Security request retrieved.
Someone stop him!
This is Second Officer Sheik. I need security here right now.
Entering vacuum.
Wait. For Christ's sake, step away from the controls. We need our first officer. Captain Matthias is dead.
The captain
Entering
is dead.
zero gravity.
Clinton's security team is dead.
Syncing targeting
Who's
system.
Step away from the airlock. That's an order.
Who's left, Sheik? A crew full of uni fanatics? Eckhart's good. If a CEC director could go that bad, maybe the whole company's rotten to the core. Just like Aegis 7.
You think CEC won't send a rescue team for the precious planet cracker? Think white. We just need to hold on.
Yes. You probably should.
Goddamn fool! Feel it! Use the airlock now!
Cannon auto-targeting online. Warning. Hull integrity compromised.
After you've calibrated 2 cannons, baby morphs will appear. And there is something that I had to come back here for, but I didn't spot it or know about it during my first trip out.
Syncing targeting system.
You can also, I tried this on purpose, but you can blast yourself with the cannon.
Data migration complete. ADS recalibrated. Auto-targeting systems enabled.
They're back. The ADS cannons are online ship-wide. Thank God. Engaging autopilot. Get yourself inside, Isaac. I think I figured out our next move.
If you reach this point, keep going down the trench just a bit further and you will see an item that is an optional key item, but is still good for you to collect nonetheless.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
For you, these are very frequent saves, but for me, these are long bouts of repeated stress, doing the same thing over and over, trying to get a successful result.
Isaac, Hammond, I just intercepted a transmission for medical.
Someone's down there?
See what you make of this.
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Nicole, I'm going back to medical.
Makes sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
The crew deck. Wonder if he knows something we don't.
I like that the video is obviously fake. I'm really glad I saved right before returning, because these guys made me restart several times. Now I could have and probably should have used the alternative fire for the contact beam or even the flamethrower, but I still wanted to hold off on that kind of ammo expenditure this early on. Their damage is insignificant, it really is, but any damage is too much damage at this point. The non-threats become threats, and the actual threats become easy. Everything's flipped. By buying the suit upgrade, you are allowed to further node up the suit, which we do immediately. The stasis zone size increase is somewhat of a double-edged blade. What will typically happen is you'll blast an enemy, and you'll probably end up hitting a nearby door that you want to go through at the same time.
confirmed.
I've had a baby morph attack me while it's a storage room. I'm not entirely sure that it wasn't trying to reach me from the corridor. But either way, I do not consider that storage particularly safe. Not that I feel endangered by it or anything. While we wait for everything to load in, I try to take shots at this guy. We won't be down there until much later in the game.
Medical.
I feel like this is the only safe spot in the game while you're in transit. Not the storage room, not tram zones.
Now arriving at medical.
To the chemical lab.
What? You said the chemical lab? I can barely hear you. Daniels, the door to medical just locked behind me. Hello?
Another survivor. At last. You'll be safe here. I'm a doctor.
Is Nicole Brennan with you?
You're not here for sanctuary, then. Well, Dr. Brennan's currently engaged. Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock these doors, and I'll find her myself?
Are you that selfish? You might let something in. Or out.
Shit.
So, you've decided to be difficult. Take a seat. I'll deal with you momentarily.
He says take a seat, but then immediately one of the doors is unlocked. Here I'm just waiting for baby morphs to spawn. This stasis recharge right there, I probably see that more than any other stasis recharge in the game.
Kindly avoid disturbing my other patients.
What is this?
Research, of course. I'm so close to finding that missing factor. A unitologist would understand.
Now, I have a plan for all of these fire extinguishers, but unfortunately the plan does not go exactly according to plan. It has to do with the fact that my computer takes much longer to load than I was ready to give it. These guys, you gotta shoot the tendrils and then it will die. Stasising it can help. It doesn't die until you see all that stuff gushing out of it.
Clearance confirmed.
Even though I have no intention of currently using the contact rifle, I am still carrying it because the ammo pickup, the 5 charges I get from it, are more valuable to the store than 6 plasma energy pickups. The plasma energy I get just from having half my ammo go to plasma energy and the other half to contact beam is still enough to keep me going. But when you get about 3 weapons, you start running out of ammo. Where I dropped the fire extinguisher right here, a bunch of swarmers will spawn on your way back. However, I don't wait for all the swarmers to end up spawning, and I only end up killing one of them.
Patient log retrieved.
There. I have to record these dates. The old memory, you know. As I was saying, the new treatment I'm developing should be just the ticket. The trial is very promising. Trial? You'll be back at your post in a jiffy with CEC none the wiser. Unless you don't trust me. No, of course I trust you. Let's give it a shot. Volunteer 9 is a young male, testing my new tissue regeneration formula. I expect death within the hour. The changes to the vascular system are very promising. 1 moment for the cleanup.
I really like how I managed to break this cutscene.
Shipwide transmission override. Isaac Clarke.
Just a trick.
Isaac. Make us whole again.
What? Isaac Clarke. All right. Dr. Brennan's nearest and dearest. We were colleagues, you know. Dr. Chalice, Mercer. Are you the reason the marker won't begin? That's it. Convergence is installed. She's meddling. How is the question? But even if I was to ask, I suspect you're not the talkative type. And I haven't fully explored the cause of death as that missing factor. Dismemberment. Now, I think you're on the right track there. Try and relax, Mr. Clarke. Convergence is so close. Maybe your death will tip the balance.
So at this point, normally, that canister breaks open and a monster emerges and yells at you. However, I've broken this cutscene so badly by running through those areas before everything could finish loading that the monster is stuck in the floor. The best time was when I had him stuck between that canister and the wall, and he was really spazzing out. Unfortunately, that take is already deleted and emptied out of the recycle bin because I took a hit at some point before my next save. You'll just have to be content with knowing that he's stuck under the floor.
Maybe this will work. Isaac, you there?
Daniel, open the chemical lab.
What?
Just do it.
On it. It's open. Go.
This is one of the 2 or 3 times that loading actually helps me, but it really isn't that bad. You just need to decap this guy and you can sit there. Now, see where I put those 2 fire extinguishers? Swarmers spawn there, but I don't end up waiting long enough for them. They're spawning very slowly. I see just the one, so I wait. And I don't see others. I'm thinking like, I only saw the one. But I hear the swarmer music.
Oh, God. Every way out is locked down through one of the offices. Must be Mercer. I can brute force the internal doors, but you'll have to reach his office and lift the lockdown manually.
I changed my mind at the last second about saving. I figure, okay, I'm gonna chance this.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes an attack like that personally.
Clearance confirmed.
The hunter is actually, at this point, active, chasing, because that's a new hunter that has spawned.
Surgical log. Dr. Charles Mercer. It's a shame. When I began my research, Terran's kind insight into the marker were invaluable. Now he refuses sending little missives like this one.
You butcher. I saw your hunter. I know who it used to be. That cellular regeneration? Good God, don't you see what you've done? I agree with Amelia. If this is unitology, I want no part of it.
My diagnosis. Poor Terrence is suffering from the same dementia reported on the Aegis 7 colony. Amelia, for example. The only Amelia is ever mentioned was his wife. And Amelia Kai writes 7 years ago.
Now, I know that there's some other audio logs. I don't quite remember where they are. Typically, the further I get from my having last saved, the less I practiced it. These little sparkles on the ground, those are the tips of the poles I've been throwing.
Surgical log, Dr. Charles Mercer, tissue regeneration experiment 5. The children of the marker kind Necromorphs have provided all the material I could ask for. And the infected variant has provided a key insight. Implanting the material directly into the brain renders optimal results. Of course, that requires puncturing the frontal bone just above the glabella.
Please, please, no.
Don't worry. It's been sterilized.
Oh, good thing you're not a barbarian. The line gun is probably my favorite gun, even above the plasma cutter. That will be seeing a lot of use throughout this game.
Warning. Local door protocols corrupted. Rebooting system. Please stand by.
Who's there? Oh God! Hold on. I can help you.
Not me. Save hydroponics. We're all dying. Air's poison, but there's still time. Her enzyme will work if... She just needs liquid nitrogen. Save us!
He was right. Air quality is dropping shipwide. Something Something's poisoning the oxygen and hydroponics. If we lose our air supply...
He said we could fix it. He came looking for liquid nitrogen. There has to be some in the cryogenics lab.
Okay. Not like we have a better option. I'll clear you a path to cryo.
Door protocols rebooted. Thank you for your patience. Toxic hazard detected.
The first several times I played this section, I ended up making it all the way down to the morgue before the toxic cloud happened.
In the deck. There's gotta be. Here! There's emergency vent controls at the security checkpoint. Go! I'll try to lock them out!
In a couple cases, I managed to get all the way to the control panel before the dialogue even finished.
Gas in from hydroponics. But the air's already that bad.
I'm gonna need a faster way to cryogenics.
I'll open the other door from the chemical lab. It'll take you straight there.
So yeah, I fouled up killing them the first time. Just didn't wait long enough. But this time again, they were waiting for me. But I was also waiting for them. Not only is the line gun my favorite gun, but its ammo is also the most expensive selling. So we are going to keep this with us for the rest of the game, I believe. And all the money I've been saving goes into power nodes for my suit, my plasma cutter, and my line gun. Oh, and the line gun is not what I was thinking about when I was talking about welding plasma cutter together. I was talking about just like an ungainly... Think of like 6 plasma cutters duct taped together in the most impractical sense possible. Now there is a trick you can do with the line gun, which is deploy its alt fire onto an object and then kinesis that object around as a mobile weapons unit. However, it's up to you to decide whether or not that was intended game design or an exploit. And I have no qualms about using it. If you feel it's intended game design, you have to ask, why isn't that just part of the regular fire in that case? Because it only uses 1 ammo to deploy the laser mine. That missing schematic, as you exit this door and look to the left, that's where I thought it was, on that little bench to the left.
Exiting zero gravity.
This room here and the room after it have gotten me several times. one of the things is sometimes the enemies just do not load until some time has like this recharge station. By the time it loads, that's when the enemies will have loaded in. I've literally tracked between 2 pregnant zombies. I'd be running through the hallway and bam, everybody spawns in. It's like, oh man. That's one of the reasons why I stand there at the doorway. It's not that I am terrified in apprehension. It's just like I'm waiting for the enemies to spawn so I can do something about that. The reason I went to the workbench was to deposit my upgrade schematics. They do take up actual inventory space. I think it'd be better if it just skipped the whole process. You pick them up in a store, immediately allow them in as part of your workbench stuff. I don't know. The first take I did of this was actually the best. I managed to take down this mini-boss with just a single stasis. But future run-throughs were not quite as good.
It's almost worth losing my other patients. You and Dr. Brennan have delayed me enough.
If you've hurt Nicole,
I have never shown you anything but courtesy to Dr. Brennan. Can you say the same?
I can see I'm not a fucking murderer.
Speaking of courtesy, do I have you to thank for fixing the Ishimura's engines? Our homecoming will be truly divine. And I doubt even you can stop a convergence event fueled by the entire population of Earth.
You take these things to Earth, it's all over.
Only for the faithless. Humanity will be made whole, Mr. Clark, with or without you. I'd say you've chosen your side.
Alright, this is probably going to sound dense of me, but I don't actually really understand the plot here, and we'll talk more about it later, but there is a super device called the Marker. And I don't really know what this plan here is. If you're new to Dead Space, I don't want to spoil it, so I will just address it later. The reason I'm not attacking this baby is I want to show that I'm making them all run away by how badass I am.
Bastard left me out again. Isaac, you okay?
I stopped that hunter. But Mercer's gone. He wants to take these things to Earth, Kendra. You have to seal the captain's nest and warn Hammond.
Okay, I can seal the nest, but I haven't been able to reach Hammond since he went to the crew deck. Isaac, our air quality is falling fast. If you've got liquid nitrogen, we gotta fix hydroponics.
On it. Keep trying to reach Hammond. Mercer, I don't think he's done yet.
Got something, Isaac?
Let's call it a tissue sample from Mercer's pet hunter.
Careful. Who knows what mad science went into that thing?
Maybe I can find out. Figure out what Mercer's up to. If I'm fast, there has to be a DNA scanner close by.
Isaac, the hydroponics tram station is sealed off. You'll need another way there. Take the tram back towards the hangar, then head to the repair station. Remember where you took that broken tram car off the tracks? There's an access door in there that'll take you to hydroponics.
Enemies can actually spawn in this room as well. Maybe it's just a mess with me because I load so much. I don't know. Although we were recently in medical and then we walked all the way to the cryogenic area, it was actually better for me to take the tram rather than run back through medical to the diagnostic area and then back this way to unlock that door. One where I had to destroy the power battery on the wall.
Now arriving at medical.
That medical central hub can be a little confusing to go through, so I made myself a little ASCII map at one point. I don't know if it was part of the quest line, but after I initiated the image diagnostic machine, a monster had spawned. I've never gotten him to spawn again.
Beginning DNA analysis. Match found for Brant Harris, mining contractor, Aegis 7. Registered physician, Dr. Chalice Mercer. Warning. Severe DNA abnormalities found. Rig tracking is available to trace possible contagion. Authorize.
Harris, what did Mercer do to you? Authorize.
Syncing logs and points of interest to Rig Locator. Thank you for your commitment to public health.
Harris's ICU bed. I will tell you that we literally started this segment right next to it. But there's nothing I could have done. You can't do the ICU bed until you defeated the cryogenic monster. I'm always a little leery about entering that room. Many runs have ended just because I got tagged here.
Recording. Here, look up for me. Just a sliver of bone between us and Marcus Seals. Relax. It won't be like Aegis 7 and that unpleasant experience.
Wasn't worse when I did this errand you want me to do in ore storage.
miners won't like it.
They're probably as narrow-minded as the miners in the colony is. Tormenting someone for being different. Don't deserve a God's name.
Yeah, they do. I'm ready. It's been trying to show me. They're hungry. They're coming. They'll make us whole. Doctor, I see it now. The marker speaks. And we can answer. Tell me how.
So you're telling me you can look at the hunter and tell that's that dude? Additionally, that dude is not being attacked by Necromorphs. So Dr. Mercer it's possible that he's not also being attacked by the Necromorphs, which would explain how he's able to survive. I wasn't expecting this guy right here. But this is an example of a random spawn. I was actually trying to bring the blade to this room, where I was 90% positive that an enemy was going to be. You generally don't have two random encounters back to back. It's probably spaced out, similar to how the Left 4 Dead director plans thing, but maybe not. Generally, I like to do that little pulse thing to show you that things are still loading. If I walk to where the tram is before it's finished loading, it'll actually send me pushed in another direction. There could probably be some interesting ramifications for that.
Now arriving at flight deck tram control.
I am showing you glitches only because my computer is unable to run Dead Space properly, so, I mean, it's not that bad watching it, but there's definitely some jank there that is likely caused by how my computer loads. This is not the way to hydroponics, but there are a couple things I need. The best run of this was I managed to pulverize an entire group of swarming monsters, but this time it's just a zombie that's trying to run away. I guess my reputation precedes. We left this a long time ago. 5 chapters ago? Sometimes I get stuck on a ramp. I don't know why. There's a little penguin here on the shelf. There's lots of stuffed animals like that. I think it's a nice touch. generally, if a body is faking it, they're not propped up against something. I've never seen a body that's propped up against something ragdolling that is an actual enemy.
Isaac, if you're near hydroponics, check your helmet filters. That air's not safe to breathe.
Yeah, I smelled it. The whole deck's rotting.
I'm reading a huge mass in food storage. Too big to be anything they grew. It looks like the source of the poison gas. That patient in medical, he said something about creating an enzyme, right? Maybe the scientists left the workstation open.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Elizabeth Cross. Now that sprinklers are fixed, we're working close to maximum capacity. All flora is thriving and food yield is Captain Matthias is strictly enforcing his no-fly order. It's ridiculous. I'm lodging a complaint. Everyone knows Aegis 7 needs help. What harm could some fresh fruit do?
What an idiot. Think the no-fly order is just about things being one way? Also, we'll meet Dr. Cross's hologram here, and we hear what she first cares about.
Warden Luke. This is Dr. Elizabeth Cross. To all survivors, turn back. It's all gone. Everything we grew. My team. All dead. That monster. Please, leave. Get somewhere safe. If we can find a way to kill it somehow. Jacob, if you're hearing this, you know I have to try.
As far as I know, this hologram plays forever. You can't knock out the hologram projector.
Liquid nitrogen replenished. Beginning enzyme synthesis.
This is the time I was mentioning where you can use the store while something else is going on. Normally you're locked out of everything. You just have to stand there like a dummy.
Do not ingest. Synthesis complete. Please retrieve enzyme from workstation.
Any luck?
Yeah, I finished the enzyme. It's been modified to digest something big.
They must have been trying to kill whatever's in food storage. Let's hope it works.
No. Go back. There's no way into food storage. Even if there was, the Leviathan would devour you.
You're Elizabeth Cross, right? This Leviathan, is that what's poisoning the air?
The air. My team, it's destroyed everything. I designed a special enzyme to kill it. I just needed liquid nitrogen to complete the synthesis. The people I sent to medical never came back.
I've got some of that enzyme here.
Oh my god. How? Listen, we need to inject it into the Leviathan. You can't get into food storage, but there's another way. It's risky.
Riskier than running out of air?
My team has been altered. They're all connected to the Leviathan, breathing out its toxins. That connection goes both ways.
Okay. So if I get to your team and inject them...
The enzyme will be carried right into the Leviathan's heart. Bind the Weezers. End their suffering. And when the Leviathan is weak enough, we vent the bastard into space.
So the hydroponics can probably be a confusing maze, but since I ended up running it for so long, I know it very well at this point. This is not a brag, this is me lamenting the fact that I've gotten hit so many times during this. In this case, you can see that Isaac has lifted up his arms to shield himself from the acid. That is not damage. I intentionally walked forward that close to show that animation. These devices, the middle one never turns on. This is the workbench I'm referring to that has spawned an enemy laying down right in front of it. It only happened once out of the many times I've visited this, both on camera and off. Since it goes in order, I know that it's safe to run across. Now, I'll do plenty of corner camping later on, but right now I've practiced this segment enough to keep moving.
Hello, security. This is Dr. Cross in hydroponics. Something just hit the hull near food storage. We think it's a rogue asteroid. I have people injured from decompression. We need medics and crowd control right away. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Everyone out of food storage! It's alive! How can it be alive?
Generally, in these kind of battles, next wave of enemies do not appear until you've killed everybody. So until I kill that green dude, I'm actually safe. Once I kill him, the next set of enemies will appear. Spitters, baby morphs, those are the ones I'm watching out. I don't really care about much anybody else. I was a little surprised that that one died so fast. I think it had something to do with the fact that he possibly lodged himself into the wall. All these dead bodies around and I can't find a blade. Eventually pummel him with enough corpses that he dies in humiliation.
Liz Cross again. I never asked your name.
Isaac Clark, systems engineer.
Engineer? Have you seen Jacob Temple?
I have. But I'm looking for someone to... Dr. Nicole Brennan.
Dr. Brennan? Doesn't she help people leave unitology?
Yeah, like my mother. That's how we met.
I hope she's okay. The unitologists here didn't like anyone questioning them. And since the captain died, they've all snapped.
you can still get hurt even when you're in the middle of picking up a gun animation.
Clearance confirmed.
I think out of the 3 times I reached that vent, only 1 time had it ever been attacked.
Toxic hazards detected. Toxic hazard cleared.
That's actually a practiced move for me. Rather than go to the 3rd one, disable the background sound, and then go back and open up the doors. If I toggle on both doors, in the end it does end up siphoning away from the ambient sound. These giant exploders, you can manage to disable them. You could use the explosive sack for your own cause. So if you ever see me aiming for the arm holding it, that's what I'm attempting to do. Which is what I tried for the first one, but I missed. The others, by this point, it didn't matter anymore. So how well are you spotting the splicing in between the saves? The position that baby morphs move to is slightly randomized, but it's largely consistent. However, this next section after them sucks. I had a lot of problems with this next section. You have a baby morph, a wall guardian, and however many tentacle pods it spawns, +1. There's a fire canister on the right. but it's actually proven more harmful to me than good, because it had only made him shrink his tentacles away, and then he goes ahead and spawns more pod things when I can't hit those tentacles. Sometimes when they shoot a pod tentacle thing, it gets lodged inside their body as a bug, so the only thing sticking out is their shooter.
Zero gravity.
That little chime is me checking my health by attempting to heal while I have full health. That's how I know if I've reached a fail state or not. I like this room.
Toxic hazard detected.
Isaac, where are you? Help me.
You know, instead of random monsters, maybe they could have played more psychological tricks and had more of that kind of stuff up there. Remember that when you do an important thing, sometimes you get attacked by monsters. You'll notice I'm not actually kinesising the bodies. And I did want to throw that fire canister because I didn't want to get hit, because I needed to clear the zone. I'm not entirely sure this body can be used, but we go ahead and take it with us anyways.
Toxic hazard cleared.
The nice thing about zombies merging from vents is that they generally give you a free saw blade. You can see there that the infector emerged from an already shattered vent. Just because an enemy has emerged from a vent doesn't mean they never will use it again. Letting the process complete because I want the extra loot. I was expecting more enemies to have survived that blast, which is why I brought out the line gun. If I was sure that it was just the one, I probably would have stuck with the plasma cutter.
Isaac, I looked up Cross's notes on the... Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Kendra?
It's him. 2 doors behind you. Karen. Wait, he's gone. He waved at me, and... sorry, Isaac. Keep going, just... a glitch on the cameras. It looked like my little brother. Stupid, right? That's not possible.
So your parents named you Kieran and Kendra Daniels. Okay. Now it's not really a good idea to do stuff in front of a door without having left the door's proximity for the door to close. At this moment, I'm pretty sure the door is still open behind me.
mission, they said. Not this. Not seeing my dead brother on the fucking camera. All this death. Imagine what the marker could do in the wrong hands.
This is about CEC again.
Just thinking. It's just corporate infiltration. Take the marker. You and me could do something about it.
You're leaning pretty hard on that deal.
Oh, come on. Where's Hammond? What's he doing?
I don't know. If I don't focus, we'll run out of air before it matters.
Okay, two things. One, you can stomp the flare and immediately catch on fire. Fail state for me, but kind of funny nonetheless. Two, I had used the crate to block the first pod shot, but it wouldn't let me fire because I was still in kinesis mode for some reason, though my object was broken by the pod shot. There's plenty of stasis devices around, and because I know where all the pods are, I can get them before they get me. But you probably, in the normal gameplay, you probably will get hit by these things half a dozen times before you pinpoint their location. Trying to stay low here, because they are still trying to take shots at you, even if they can't see you. This room kind of sucks, and the 2 or so times I've run through that field to just leave the area, the enemies from this room have spawned on top of me. Like, they get teleported to me. They didn't walk up and sneak up on me. No, they literally teleported to me. There is a device right behind the force field. Turning it on disables the electrical barriers that we passed through. But you never need to actually take that direction again.
Exiting zero gravity. Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Tubes 1 and 3 emit fire. Tube 2 does not, so you can use that as a safety point. When you reach Tube 2, zombies will spawn in that area, but if you reach Tube 2 and then you run all the way back here, zombies literally spawn, again, on top of you. It's just weird. I was busy watching the fire at this time, trying to see if there's a easy pattern, right? And then zombie just appeared while I'm staring at the fire. Like, right in full view of... It's not that he decloaked. So I wouldn't normally suggest you bring this fire canister, but since I know the enemies will appear, I want to deal with them quick. It's me checking my health to make sure I didn't get singed by the fire canister. This platform up above us has 2 instances of spawning zombies.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
The first trigger is when you kill a Weezer. The second trigger is when you approach the control door.
Toxic hazard detected. Toxic hazard cleared.
Checking to make sure there's loot or anything. I don't expect it to really do anything. I just like throwing fire extinguishers at enemies.
Organic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
If there are no vents that they can reach, they can't face you. We had poked our head in here accidentally because I was looking for the Weezer, and these zombies had spawned in between then and now. This is a random spawn. Normally this room is empty. Again, I took too long to enter the elevator, so it closes on me. There's only one instance that I've had in my gameplay where an enemy has been waiting for me in the elevator, but that one seems to be a static one, and that will always be there. I'm just looking for any chunk I could do to save one plasma shot. It's not that big a deal. I'm just a stingy person. I want to save my bullets. In fact, if I weren't recording, I'd probably run all the way back to find some body part I could throw at him. This next area features another brute. The difference is there's this alien floor that keeps you from running, that we are walking across right now. You'll want to be very conscious of that, and there aren't any readily accessible stasis recharge stations in the area. So whatever you bring with you, in this case I only have one charge, whatever you bring with you is what you get. However, I have a way to kill this guy without any mess. It just takes a little bit of time, but I go ahead and do it. I want to show off my dominance over this guy. First, we gotta get all the players in position. He threw an explosive sack and it hit the wall. Again, he had a fairly clear shot at me. Just whatever the case is, needs a wider berth than it definitely looks. So at this point, there is a wall between me and him. And with my third-person camera, we can use this to our advantage. All the other parts of this map pretty much have an alien floor, so this is pretty simple right here. Wait until he stops, then he'll spit a ball and hit himself in the process. That one may have been a little bit too far to hurt him. I needed him to hit the wall closer. So if I can get him to do it, say, against a flat surface, that's much better. The next time he rears up, we'll try to angle it better. And there we go. So that's not a kill for him, but that is definitely damage. Now, do I have to kill him this way? No. I mean, it's not a fast way to do it, but I think it's a way to show that I'm literally dancing circles around this guy. If you don't have any stasis charges, yeah, just look around the map for some stasis grenades.
Quarantine lifted.
my priorities are flip-flopped from normal gameplay. The dangerous enemies are nothing, and the weak enemies are dangerous.
Toxic hazard detected. Toxic hazard cleared.
Score! Why didn't I use that pole? This. I don't actually do anything with that body because this is such a vast area that I assume that if an infector were to spawn, I would have no clue how to reach that body. I do use the force gun a tiny bit. It's a fun weapon, I will say that. You get a lot of gore when you use it. Think of it like a highly air pressurized shotgun. The skin just melts off of enemies. I do wish that the game would go ahead and just give you the free ammo into your inventory or something. I don't know. I mean, it's already cheesy enough to give me ammo by upgrading your capacity. That was my health checkup. But this next section, that's where my trouble really is. The brute I was able to consistently get. This section, I probably have redone this probably, we'll say, 4 times or so. Yo, it's got. Go ahead and refresh my stasis. So we're not done yet. I'm hitting buttons, but nothing is happening. In this case, I immediately turn off the zero gravity on purpose to make sure that I can minimize the enemy mobility. My mobility is less of an issue than their mobility. The reason why leapers and baby morphs are a problem is because they're not always easy to predict where they're at. So yeah, I'm sure that looked easy, but what you're looking at is the successful run. I mentioned earlier that I probably failed maybe 4 times on this.
Exiting. Entering zero gravity.
I've done the calculations, and it should come as no surprise. Flamethrower ammo, unit for unit, is cheaper than plasma. If the damage value doesn't matter, I might as well pop these zits with the flamethrower. Now we're not totally done yet, because there's at least one baby morph on top. I've seen two before, and I think there's just the one this time around. I'm trying to look for the second one. Trying to look and listen for the second one. That's why I'm not going yet.
Toxic hazard detected.
Leviathan's metabolism is slowing.
Cross, something's up.
It must have worked. You gave it enough enzyme to dissolve a freighter. Okay, I'm unlocking food storage. Quickly get back there and space the bastard while we have the chance.
This is Liz Cross. Hydroponics. I need to record their names. Hidaka, Holly, Antonov, Mark. So many. I don't know how much gas they took in. I just saw them change. That crack when their lungs burst out like flowers. Jacob. I'm so scared because I know I killed the Leviathan. So I have to stay until it's paid for every single one of them.
She is plant obsessed. A person's lungs explode and describe it as bursting out like flowers.
Exiting zero gravity.
You can probably guess from the way I was carrying that canister that I've had more than my share of ambushes in that room. That's the hydroponics Weezers done. One more hurdle to clear and we're done with the hydroponics section. Every time an enemy has been in this room, it has always got. I know that at least one time it decloaked in front of me. Remember that I don't know what's coming up until I've saved, and that's when I have practiced things a la Groundhog Day. And Tomorrow Must Die, I forget the name. That was a remake of a manga. So I don't know what I will need for this next section until I've saved. Then I'll have played it, failed it, played it, failed it, played it, failed it, played it, won, edited it. I'm not sure how many times I said this cutscene. More times than I care for.
Contamination detected in food storage. Cycling airlock.
Damn it! The airlock's open, but the Leviathan's too strong. It's clinging to the interior of food storage. We need more enzyme.
There's no time. I'm going in. Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10 kiloton mass. Do you really need me to tell you this is a bad idea?
Well, I'm all out of good ideas, so guess what's left?
That's a good line. I like it.
Entering zero gravity.
So not only do I have to sit through the cutscene, but because I'm a greedy player, I have to collect all of these before the battle begins. The reason for that is the back area of this opens up at the end of your battle, and items that are close to that side of the map are sucked out. I have tried. I went ahead and counted up all the dots, and then I killed the boss, and most of them were gone. So I've gotten really good at fishing in this area as a result. Those back three, I lift off to go get them. That was actually pretty impressive. I didn't remember that it did that well. Normally it's a tennis match between you and him.
No, it's expelling all its gas reserves. It must be close. Isaac, finish it off.
Remember, I've got to practice each of these segments over and over and over again. So it all kind of blurs together, all the numerous attempts I've done. I can get hurt by those explosive sacks even if it misses me. I'm too close to the back wall. I assume you can get vented out into space if you're too close to it. I'm gonna have to try that.
And lo, you crushed the heads of Leviathan. He will be meat for those in the wilderness. Thank you, Isaac. Come back inside. We should talk.
I know I just saved, but can you blame me for choosing to save again?
The air quality's improving. There's still pockets of gas trapped here and there.
Here and there, I can handle.
Listen, Jacob... My Jacob. Last I heard, he was on the mining deck with some other survivors. He said they were building an SOS beacon.
Did they finish it?
He said it was nearly done, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I can't leave yet. I need to make sure the air is safe to breathe. But if you can find that SOS beacon, call for rescue.
I will. Mining deck. Okay, got it. And if I meet Jacob?
Tell him I'll find him. He's all I want to see.
An SOS beacon. Someone jettisoned all the others. Isaac, there's a shortcut to the mining deck. You're across his workstation. I'll get it open. Goddamn. We might actually get out of this nightmare.
Well, it's good that Daniels was listening in on the conversation, but it's bad that Isaac gives no information to Cross. You might choose to say, hey, if a dude named Dr. Mercer approaches you, maybe steer clear of him. I'm trying to decide if I want to buy the power nodes or if I want to wait and see if I get more upgrades. Well, one of the problems with shooting the mine is that it really does stick to pretty much everything, including other mines placed, or even items on the ground. If you're firing it at a surface, the mine laser will generally be aiming right back at Isaac. So you have to fire at everything at an angle from this mining area. This is where I was stuck on.
Lifting station lockdown.
I ran so fast that some of those blocks didn't appear, so I could actually run through them.
The mining deck systems are running haywire. Great. Let me work on the elevators. Any idea where Temple's SOS beacon might be?
I'll check the mining control room. The launch tube's there. I can send out a beacon. Easy.
Anyone there?
Hammond? Where are you?
In the vents, hoping they don't hear me.
Yeah, those things are everywhere.
No, the unitologists. They're all here on the grid. They've lost it. One of them stabbed her friend in the head. He just stood there. He fucking smiled. They're going somewhere.
Hammond! Shit. Lost the signal again. We gotta find that beacon, Isaac. Fast.
This mining area, I was actually stuck on it for a little while because I couldn't get a battery to spawn. But then the game eventually patched and maybe that helped. There's a little delay between when you press the key to activate a node and the animation appears. So I'm able to jump ahead and then the animation follows me. Don't know if that's a Dead Space thing or my computer.
This is weird. 2 of the mining subjects are locked down, even though all systems are running. I'm gonna figure this out.
What I'm doing right now, if it wasn't clear from before, is I'm trying to spin the ammo that's in the gun and then pick it back up. Laser mines are good for helping alert you if there's an enemy nearby, but I already know the spawn of this elevator. However, I'm also trying to show tactics that might be helpful if you're playing. The first 2 always spawn in the same order. I feel like the third one is randomized. Looks like we're halfway through the game. If you've made it this far, thank you for watching. Hope that you make it to the end. The way the laser mines work is that once it's been triggered, it has a certain duration. So you don't have to keep trying to burn it out. These mines are not triggered. And I hope to leave them untriggered, though I don't think it actually does me any good. This room is completely optional, but you can't leave until the audio is finished.
Security request retrieved.
Security, we got some group called terrorists stealing from ore storage.
Dr. Mercer sent me for osmium to complete his work.
Yeah, I don't care if God Almighty sent you. You skim from CEC's profit margin, we get screwed.
God?
So, you can put that osmium down, or I can break your arms first.
I worked with people like you on Aegis 7. They steal my power nodes. Leave me to dig with no light.
Hey! Get off me!
But when they abandon you in the dark, it's not empty. The marker whispered its revelations there. Now I understand them. Do you want to hear?
Warning. Untrained personnel may not use suit kiosks.
No! Stop! Please!
I said please when they shut me in. Screamed it too. I promise I won't laugh like they did.
Warning. Suit kiosk is obstructed. Serious injury may occur.
Oh God! Help me!
Incident report filed to Bridge by Dr. Nicole Brennan. See related rig activity.
apologize for this segment. It's just a little obnoxious trying to get all these boxes up. I'm trying to keep all the laser mines active, so I want all the boxes. Plus, the boxes seem to disappear forever once you've left the area. The storage room just empties out. That is my experience on my computer. Maybe on a normal computer, it's not that way. So I might as well rescue the boxes before they disappear forever. So my intention with these crates is to keep the laser mines running at all times, and I can always activate them as a safety measure. But it seems that the laser mines despawn anyways. You can't go through this door because it's jammed by a dead body, but there's an item pickup. Before the game patched, the person on the ground there would crawl towards the door and die from blood loss, but once the game patched, he no longer did that. But at least I get the battery, so I guess I have to take that exchange. I'm trying to feed this guy so I can get more loot like earlier. Unfortunately, don't seem to wait long enough, so I go ahead and finish the job. I'm a little disappointed, but alright. And the area is not actually safe. It's not in danger either. As you leave the area of the workbench, a monster will appear in the vent behind you. I managed to sweep up quite a few damage upgrades to the line, so it's maxed out and I can upgrade capacity at my leisure. Yeah, this was the area where I thought, okay, maybe I'll just, if I continue the game, maybe I'll just run back to medical and grab that battery cell. At this point, everything here is completely new to me, because I never made it this far. You can generally tell when I'm looking through an area for the first time. I'm not moving with a purpose, just trying to figure out what's going on. One of the frustrating things about loading a segment in a no damage run while trying to minimize the number of saves is if I save before I spin my power nodes in case I make a mistake, and then I wish to spin those power nodes, I have to keep doing it over and over and over again. A logical player would save before spinning the power nodes and then save on a different file after spinning the power nodes. The reason why I open this door and back up is because I'm waiting for a spawn to appear. Opening the door doesn't actually spawn them. Running in that area spawns those swarmers. I open the door to start loading this room while I wait for the spawners. Here I managed to drag the body over to the corner that I have kept deploying them in.
Finally getting somewhere with the mining duct system. Got the SOS beacon?
No, the launch tubes are sealed. I need a deck administrator's rig to get them open.
The deck admin is Supervisor Dallas. He's on the processing subdeck. I've got rig activity for a Jacob Temple 2 maintenance subdeck. Maybe he left the SOS beacon there. Just hope you can reach it through these malfunctions.
Not malfunctions. Traps. The miner's way of holding the line.
Shit. Okay, I'll unlock the subdecks. Just make sure that beacon's not wired to anything.
I can understand why Daniels doesn't choose to talk to Temple or anybody, but you would think that Isaac would ask, hey, can you reach him? But maybe Isaac just assumes he's dead. Whatever the case is, I really feel that a lack of communication here is a problem among the characters. Sure, I know that the long-range communications is broken. I get that, but obviously everybody can still talk to Isaac, and Isaac can talk back to them. That person right there, he's supposed to die in the cutscene. He's just gonna stay in that corner forever. Maybe cutscene's not the right word. Probably animation, event, trigger. But I suppose cutscene is a more universally understood word. As I ride this elevator up and down, I'll be trying to compile the body parts. The biggest reason I choose to do that is so that way I can grab blades easily, rather than grabbing random knees and shoulders. A lot of times I will find a zombie right here. That's why I look to the left. Sometimes he's waiting in front of the gate, sometimes he's just in the corner.
SOS beacon and go and get him. Best launch window's not for a while. Anyway, and he sounds like he's worth the risk. He's a doctor. Mercer, I think. About time we caught a fucking break. I love you. Please, be careful down here.
Yeah, if Isaac would just tell the survivors Dr. Mercer's up to no good, it saved a couple lives here. This room, like in the very beginning of the game, does have some randomized spawns. It's always in the same order what kind of enemies, but the location that they appear in seems to be different. Generally, the one I see next is either a spitter or a leaper. But I know the area is still hostile. I'm waiting to see them peek around the corner.
Security request retrieved.
Dallas here. Security to the mining deck now. Dr. Kimes lost it. Get back! I know how to use it. You're with the rest of his project. You give me code to the cargo bay. Processes? Why the hell would you have codes for cargo? I must get to the marker. We're running out of time. Give me those codes. Christ, is this what you did to the captain? No, Ben was an accident. Don't you dare compare me to someone like Mercer. I'm trying to save you. The marker's our only hope. No, let him die. No. Where the fuck is security?
While many of the spawns are randomized, there's almost always a green dude that appears from the door ahead. And that's the one I wanted to avoid by backtracking. Because I knew that there was still a spitter out there. And if I had gone forward in this little loop-de-loop, I would probably get pincered and then hit once. This next enemy has armored legs. So you'll find a few of them. They seem to be particularly weak though. Even though their legs are armored, they don't seem to take much damage. A lot of times there'll be a decloaking zombie behind me right next to that fire.
The administrator's rig should be in the processing control room, but someone tripped the failsafe. The control room door can't open until gravity is restored, but the system won't reset the gravity while there's loose debris.
Is the processing beam still running? Stand by.
After you take out 2 of the 4 asteroids, guess what? Leapers and baby morphs. You can actually prevent some of them from spawning if you destroy all the asteroids and then leave the room immediately. And then when you come back, the remainder will not continue spawning. lot of times if you do fighting around the beam, such as circling and orbiting it, leapers will fly into the beam and kill themselves.
Anomaly destroyed.
I know which way I need to go, but I'm looking for the leapers, and maybe they have killed themselves.
Free-floating anomalies destroyed. Gravity can now be restored.
Once you restore gravity, you get rushed. Finish looting this room first. There's the decloaking slasher. He decided to finally catch up to me on the other side of that debris. The line grunt is especially great when you have to cover more than one thing. If you set it low enough, you won't get swarmers. And you'll be able to hit all the enemies that are small, like leapers or swarmers or whatever. But if you set it high enough, you can spare the exploding sacks. Obviously, be careful about stomping when the exploding sacks are nearby. As you can see, I was clearly aiming at the exploding sack. Such as if I fired my gun, it would hit the sack, not the blade far off in the side. I was trying to get both exploders. I knew that there was a second one behind them. Now, if the slasher in the hallway hasn't died by now, he can be there when you leave with the rig.
Supervisor Dallas, final log. I've made sure they can't leave this subdeck. But neither can I. See what they do to the bodies, what they become. I cannot let that happen to me. At least if I don't have any limbs, I can't kill anyone when I'm infected. Please tell Dawn the kids that I love them. My kids! Oh! God! Come on, one more. Oh. Come on, man, just one more.
So the reason why I backtracked, I know I could have left through the other door. It's a shortcut to the exit. But if I did that, Daniels would cut off that audio log, and I wanted it to play in its entirety. I'm used to getting ambushed when I leave that storage room. If you were to exit this door, Daniel's call would come through and the audio log would be terminated.
The administrator's red changed location. You got it?
I got it. I'll check the maintenance subdeck for Temple's Beacon.
How's the splicing working out for you? I hope my time in editing each saved segment was worth it, and it's a nice smooth transition. One of the things I'm doing during this elevator ride is I'm trying to get all the useless body parts in the corner, but I think that's a mistake, because then the game starts lagging pretty badly, because I think all the body parts are bumping into each other. It's a fairly long elevator ride.
Hammond? He must be in the vents on the crew deck.
They're bringing something in.
Make it stop. Make it stop.
What? That was the marker. Did you?
No. I didn't see anything. I lost Hammond's signal again. Just get the SOS beacon. I want off this fucking ship.
This next room can be a little dangerous. First, I go and try to feed the infector. Then I set up my favorite weapon in the game. Remember that each of these alternative fire actions with the line gun only costs 1 ammo. It's the same as firing it, but setting a mine is way more economical because it lasts longer. Generally, you want to set the second laser mine a little further away, so that way when they fall over, they fall into the next mine instead of past it. Yeah, look at all that loot I got just for farming those bodies. Those pods are a good sign to be worried that there's one of those wall guardians around. You can also hear them scream and groan. I'm always a little worried about the wall guardians because they can keep spawning these pods, which can hit you. But also, if you don't end up successfully killing them, they can one-shot you if you walk near them. And finally, they're not always easy to tell when they've been killed. I mean, yes, they stop wriggling, but you have to look at them for a bit. They don't fall over like other monsters. They just sort of stop in their attack. I was trying to open the empty hallway first. That's why I was a little confused here.
Log retrieved.
Record that. What difference does it make now?
Terrence, I know the marker is responsible for the outbreak. I need to understand how.
Signal. When it pulses, that signal can trigger alterations in genetic code. Neural structure even. You felt it, haven't you?
But how do I stop it?
Mercer must know. He's taken all his marker research up to his room on the crew deck and sealed... No.
Sealed it? Do you know how? Please, I need to
No, you'll kill you. I won't have more deaths on my budget. Unitology was all I had after I lost Amelia. Look what it's come to.
Terrence, listen. If it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far because you made me look good.
Remember giving you love for 6 months so you could do this.
You loved Amelia as much as I love Isaac, but if I can't cure the outbreak, I'll never see him again. Please, help me.
39277. If you must get into Mercer's room, that code should still work.
Thank you. Here. It's a favor with you.
Dr. Brennan. Nicole. The only thing Mercer ever feared was death. Now, I doubt he's afraid of anything. Nicole?
Sorry, I duplicate the time difference. I'll call you back later. were right, Isaac. The Ishimura is a great ship. I am so lucky to be serving aboard her.
Well, enjoy it while it lasts. You know they're going to decommission her next year.
It's pushing me to do this. I mean, if it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far because you made me stick with it.
Just remember, I'm giving you up for 6 months so you can do this.
You know what? We must be getting in the range of the relay. Isaac?
Nicole? Nicole? Thank you, lady. Hello, Nicky. Great.
Strange that the audio log, after you're losing connection, the audio log can record on Nicole's end, Isaac talking to himself. The reason why I intentionally left room 2 not completely looted was so that I could space out the audio logs. Picking them both up at the same time would not be good for showing you on a recording. I went to room 2 first to get one of the audio logs to play, then I started exploring the other rooms while it played, and then I picked up the other audio log. I do know that I'm playing the audio logs while fighting and stuff. It is because I'm trying to also keep the game's pace moving, rather than just sort of sitting there in a corner having the logs play. I hope that turned out okay. This section took a lot longer than I would have liked. I think it's because of all the tentacle pods. I dropped that over the balcony on purpose so it lands exactly where I need it. I happen to know where all the enemies have spawned, but I had a little trouble with Kinesis right there because it was grabbing something by my foot and it was stuck against the wall, so I couldn't actually hit the spitter with it.
Oh my god. I can't believe you're here.
I thought I'd never see you again. I'm gonna get us home. There's an SOS beacon nearby. We can call for help.
The beacon, right. They locked it in the workshop, but my clearance can get us in. This way. I can unlock the workshop from here.
Nicole! There's so much I need to tell you.
I know. We'll have time, I promise. Let's get you that beacon. Everyone's counting on us.
Try to dismantle him so I could grab his blade. After the first two on your side, there's one on Nicole's side. And then there's one on whichever part of the railing you're not at.
It's done. It's open. I've never seen it work. You're a surgeon with that thing.
I got your back. Okay. How do I reach you?
No, focus on launching that SOS beacon. There's maintenance ducts everywhere. I'll catch up.
You see any more, you hide, okay?
Cross my heart. I love you, Isaac. You can do this. You'll put things back the way they were. And make us whole again.
There's a pod coming up that has hit me probably 2 or 3 times. A little frustrating.
Isaac, I lost your rig signal, like Hammond's.
I'm good. I got the SOS beam. Nicole helped me out.
Nicole's there.
We got separated. She'll find her way back.
She's a trooper, huh?
I'm heading back to the mining control room. I'll launch the beacon. You watch out for Nicole.
Assuming the system doesn't fizzle out again. Stay sharp.
Yeah, that thing can lead its shot against you even before you finish crossing the wall. Meaning it's aware of your presence, and it knows the trajectory and speed at which you're going, so it can hit you. That guy will get you every time you go for the power node. This is the fire canister I dropped over the gondola a long time ago. Now, depending on how I do, I sometimes choose to save. So if, for example, I was disoriented and flew in the wrong direction for a little bit, I might decide to risk it a little more and see how much more I can either learn, or if I can push a little harder and save further down the line. Since I'm saving here, it means that those runs did not end in success.
Exiting zero gravity.
This next elevator ride is a little more frustrating for a no damage run. Since you can see the way I aim my plasma cutter, you know that I have precisely determined where the spawns are, so that might come in handy if you're doing, say, a speed run. Since the speed at which you kill the enemies determines how fast the door opens. I wasn't expecting to kill him in one hit of the explosive. That's why I cleared the area of bodies. Just on the elevator ride. It's not like I was wasting time. If the elevator took me to where I needed to go, I stopped messing with the bodies. But otherwise, I'd be picking up shoulders and legs and not any of the blades. I've been ambushed coming back through this room before, so whenever I'm looking around like that, that's me trying to decide, are they going to show up this time or not? Pulling particularly risky maneuvers, that may be a part of me deciding, okay, I'm just going to risk everything, and I'll either look daring and win, or just take a hit and learn from it. Normally I would secure the room before interacting with the store. I don't know how often you get hit while using the store, but since this happened to be at least once is all it takes for me to learn my lesson. However, to be fair, in my defense, There were no enemies in the area at the time. I was a little confused by this text log. I remember that I played segments numerous times and looked at the log numerous times. I'm thinking, like, did I miss picking that up on my saved playthrough? No, this log just keeps reappearing. I find this out later. So this log we've seen before. There's quite a bit of backtracking to this room. It is part of the game's quest design. There doesn't seem to be much I can do about it. Short of glitching the quest or something. I'm waiting for ambushes, because frequently by this point I'm getting attacked by something. I really do think there's some sort of director. Because the attacks seem to be spaced out. So if your attacks are happening on a different beat than mine, then you'll be safe in this room and maybe get attacked in the storeroom, who knows.
Administrator access granted. Prepping launch tubes. Error. Launch tubes obstructed.
What was that?
The miners must have booby-trapped the launch tubes too. They're scrap.
Well, that's great. We can't just toss the beacon out a window.
There's gotta be something. The asteroid. The one in the mining bay for smelting.
What about it?
If I attach the SOS beacon to that asteroid and then launch it away from the ship, we'd get a clean broadcast.
And you get yourself killed. The machinery in there is still running, Isaac.
Then it probably kept those things out too. This is our best shot, Kendra. I'm taking it.
Now, I assume that if you go through the area and find that you need a battery thing, and you come back to get the battery, that you'll be attacked by a leaper. Either that or it was just a random leap. So I'm pulling the battery out thinking like, okay, where's the ambush? Since it didn't happen, I go and make my save. I have heard stories about how people would save when there's an enemy in the room and they can no longer continue because they've been soft locked. Enemies will attack them while they're in the save menu, kill them, and then it'll reload that save before they have a chance to put any input or pause the game. And they'll keep dying over and over at that checkpoint. Checking my health, that's me tapping the H button to see if I've been hurt at all through all those explosions. When you put in the battery cell, that one jumps out every time. Generally, before I leave a storeroom, I take one last look around the area to see if I've missed anything. I've been ambushed in this room pretty frequently, but because there's a stasis recharge, you really have nothing to worry about. Infinite stasis means infinite killing power.
Asteroid cells I see gravity tethers. There's no emergency shutdown. I'll have to disable them the hard way when the SOS will get on the surface.
Okay.
Now, I think in the original Dead Space, if you timed your shot, you could actually forego stasising the protective wall. But I don't bother doing so here because the game is very generous with stasis recharge in this area. This area is also possibly one of the only times where I've been able to do 0G fighting against bipedal slashers. If you run through the previous room while being ambushed, they'll follow you in here and then just sort of stare at you from the floor.
Interior gravity tethers offline. Exterior tethers at full power. Entering vacuum.
This next section, baby morphs. Pretty much every 0G section has leapers and baby morphs. A little tiresome in some ways. Because the way they attack you is they wait until you're in the middle of completing an objective that you have to do in the area, then you get ambushed. So, for me, it's do part of the objective, trigger the spawn, and then look for the baby morphs and leapers.
Payload 8772 is no longer tethered. Untrained personnel must leave the mining bay immediately.
But since I don't see them and I can make my way out, I'm a little disoriented here. I don't like using this door because you can get pincered. And I don't know if that's one of the baby morphs from outside that followed me in, or this is a randomized spawn. I'm expecting to find a second baby morph, which is why I'm aiming so low at the ground. Which is not a bad thing to do anyways, because as long as you remove the legs of any of your necromorphs, they're all pretty much dead meat. Since the recharge is here anyways, I like tactical stasis. If you didn't deal with that slasher from the event earlier, he will be here camping you as you ride the lift. Make sure to take the battery on your way out. I immediately run through the fire first because it's faster for me. There is loot on the left side of this room, but I just completely forget about it. Okay, this is the last time we will have to take the lift up to that little control room. And as you might expect, that means we will get attacked. For me, preparation tends to result in the clearing up inventory. At this point, I'm walking because I'm thinking, do I want to spin the power nodes and save? Do I want to save, then spin power nodes? Or do I just want to push it a little further? Because I'm dissatisfied with my performance in the gravity room, because I was disoriented, I decide, okay, I'm going to push it further and see if I make it. Rock away.
The beacon's online, broadcasting wideband. I'll align the receiver. This will take a minute. Head on back to the tram station.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
The generator appears on the right, but maybe it's dependent on where you are. I get a random spawn in the hallway just as I was leaving. I see his arms fast enough in order to react by moving forward. And often, although you generally don't need to do so, when you leave the room the hunter is in, he despawns. He may use the vents to follow you from room to room during an assigned chase region, but in this case, he has nowhere to chase you, so they just despawn in the moment. Which works out to my advantage when I'm surrounded by all those slashers. Alright, we're done here. At this moment, I'm thinking, do I want to take the battery with me just in case something happens again? It's like, nah, let's just keep going. I've pushed this far. At this point, I see all the laser mines are gone. That makes me sad. The hunter also continues to chase you here, and I get stuck against an cloaked enemy. I knew the enemy was going to spawn, but I don't always get stuck. I'd say maybe 2/3 of the time I get stuck there.
I think it's gone, but I can't be sure. The system's bugged out again. I'm getting those camera glitches. The ones that look like my brother, waving at me. At least the beacon's away. I'm aligning the... Wait. Array receiver not responding. Oh shit.
The comms array. We never fixed it. Guess there wasn't a broken encoder.
Then let's hope that 48 hours estimate was wrong too. No comms, no rescue. Take the tram to the bridge. I'll hack open the door to communications. You see what's happening with the array. And don't worry about Nicole. Like Kevin said.
Alright, I've always been ambushed by these swarmers whenever I come back. So it's probably not a random spot. I think I've only made it to this room twice during a single segment.
Clearance confirmed.
Yeah, you can probably see the hesitation in the things I'm about to do, because this is the first time I've made it this far. That's what happens when you see a successful run. At some point, I get to unexplored territory and don't have any idea what I needed. Just to change things up, I go and grab the pulse rifle. I have some idea of what happens when you interact with the comm beacon, and I figure bringing the pulse rifle along for this is a good thing. It turns out to be, at least in my opinion, the right choice, because I find ammo pickups and enemies are easier to hit with the pulse rifle. You'll see when we get there. I don't want to spoil anything for people who have not experienced the original Dead Space. I tag that door first so that it starts loading the next room.
Confirmed.
There's another path in that room behind us, but I don't have a key for that door, so it doesn't matter. Because we completed the mining area, we received the level 3 key card. I don't know why I call it a card. Security clearance. I think it's actually a physical card. So there's a few areas that we're going to go to unlock that require the level 3 access before proceeding on with the game.
Entering zero gravity.
I'm still playing this for the first time, and I only know up to the next save what I'm doing. I say this because there's this one area we go to the hydroponics that, had I understood what was going on in the game and I properly routed out the most efficient path, I would have saved that section for later. But since I didn't know, I mean, I just work with the information I've been given. I know that there's a level 3 door there, and I want to get what's inside.
Chief Engineer Aerial Restart reporting. Centrifuge maintenance is... What was I saying? Left, right, system marker on board. I'm a little, The only thing I remember clearly is that engine inspection. I went into the chamber, and instead of the primary engine, there was a heart. The size of the room, just... I can still hear my pumping. Could that help me sleep? If I can get close enough. Yeah. Go right inside, maybe, where it's warm and dark. Ooh, yeah.
Exiting zero gravity.
This room I get ambushed a lot, but I don't think any of them ever make it to tape. You're not trying to complete everything and unlock all the chests, but you do want the master key. You will want to have gone back through the alien floor area. If you ever see me holding up my weapon while heading back to safety instead of reloading my gun, that's probably because I'm trying to use up all the ammo in it. Unfortunately, when you try to fire with an empty gun, the game automatically reloads for you. I don't know if that's a setting I put in or if it's just part of the game. I say unfortunately because I'm trying to empty out my weapons so that I can upgrade them and get extra ammo. Is it necessary? No. Am I gonna pass up 25 free bullets? Generally not. Now there's always 2 babies, but everything else was a random spawn. The second baby hasn't caught out to me by the time I loot the room. He's generally there waiting for me. Here is a mistake on my part. I open this chest and I am mashing E. That's how I loot. I just mash E non-stop until everything disappears. But later on, when I open that chest, I don't pick up what's inside. I'm mashing E like mad. But yeah, I just end up walking away without ever having picked it up. It doesn't impact my game whatsoever, and if I do a New Game Plus, I'll need to pick it up if I want to complete my arsenal. I do like that I basically have an ambush in every room, and in the numerous segments I've replayed and played again, because that does mean that I should be taking each room seriously rather than just treat it as a slow travel. Whether it's a locker room, storage room, tram room, I've been attacked everywhere. Again, I think riding the tram is the only safe spot, even when it stops and gives you some sort of fake error message. Now, maybe you can get attacked in it, but I don't see that happening. Right now, my main objective is to be heading to the bridge, but I'm collecting everything I can using the level 3 key on the way. I don't think I've ever successfully fought an enemy in the hydroponic central hub. I think he's always declo hit me out of nowhere. I'm trying to get him killed by the acid. I don't think I can push him into one. Remember, I'm still trying to spend my pulse rifle ammo so I can upgrade it. So I check its ammo counter periodically, make sure I don't fire over. I figure I spent enough. Might as well go and upgrade it now. 29 lost bullets. That's the way I think of it. I have spent half the ammo, so... Now, I know that the alternative fire of the pulse rifle is the proximity mine, but since I haven't used it yet, I don't realize it's exactly the same as the laser mine. You can fire it and pick it back up. Knowing that and doing that would have made things a little easier, but it would have also made things a little boring, so I will be satisfied with making a better video, not camping the floor. Yeah, I've planned out this entire route. It's a little troublesome because I get ambushed so often, and it often results in me getting hit at least once. Running past an enemy is not that difficult, but waiting for the door to finish loading, that sometimes gets me hit. One of the reasons why I chuck torsos away is that way I don't have to spend time looking at it, wondering if it's a sleeping zombie later. I don't have to worry about it ever again. Unless I were to deliberately fish corpse back out. Because there are sometimes spawns of new zombies appearing that are actually in fact dead. It's to fake you out. But most of the time they are actually lying in wait for you. It's this next section that has me decide, okay, I'm done trying to do this in one segment. I had been getting ambushed so consistently outside this room. An infector will always drop down, but a long time ago I already smashed the body. No big deal. But what happens is often, and I don't know how random it is and how preferential it is, but I regularly get ambushed on both sides of this room at the same time. Like basically every time I walk past that ramp, there's something waiting for me, whether it's a leaper or infector. Then there's more stuff waiting for me in this room. Don't know why. Maybe it's because the game knows I've been traveling lots of rooms, whatever the case is, so I just got tired of it and made a save. So what you're seeing is my successful run where I didn't get hit. And yeah, there are no vents or anything in this room, and it looks very clear, but I have been ambushed by decloakers here. This area is one of my first experiences where the door opens up in a weird way. I think it opened up super fast. It's kind of interesting that the game does stuff like that. I've had as many as 4 enemies ambush me in this area. On the way to going to the comm array, I have leveled up my pulse rifle quite a bit. It's no longer the level 0 gun it used to be. I don't know how much these upgrades help, but since I planned on using the pulse rifle for a little bit, I figured I would look cooler if I upgraded it. Generally, if I can make it up the ramp before the door finishes loading, I can get out before I get ambushed. Here, I'm sort of waiting to see if anybody decloaks before I visit the store. Since I've already spent some time upgrading my pulse rifle, I'll go ahead and put it back up so that I don't keep picking up pulse rifle ammo. Yeah, that guy will be there all game because I failed to meet the trigger that gets him killed. Since he's not T-posing, I like having him there.
Clearance confirmed.
I've been ambushed in this room probably, maybe we'll say half the time I've reached it.
Clearance confirmed.
The reason I'm talking about the probability of having been attacked is I'm trying to, if you're playing the game, give you an idea of some anecdotal experience of how often someone has been attacked in that room. It might not be helpful in the slightest, but I have no way of knowing, only on the basis of one playthrough. Now, it is a playthrough of consistent runs in each segment, but it's still my first playthrough. Which I know I've said several times. I say it several times for different reasons. For example, in this case, is to conceal my feelings of inadequacy about not knowing something.
We did it. Isaac, a ship just shocked in. The USM Valor. They must have heard our SOS.
That fast? What's a military ship doing way out here?
Out on patrol? Whatever. Right now I take a rescue from a fucking magpie. Head for communications. Once we fix the comms array, we can get all the answers we need.
Magpie is a Dead Space term for an illegal miner. I take a risk here, because I have been ambushed in this hallway somewhat frequently. So I ended up saving there because this next section, it took a few runs in order to perform it flawlessly. It is an open area defense segment, and you know how I feel about those by this point. My heat damage over time on the plasma cutter, I'm able to shoot the explosive sack once and it will blow up. Now the problem with this is the enemies spawned randomly around the room, not always on this side and not always near the front. Obviously, I was not trying to grab that blade, but whatever, game. I'll make it work. There is a dialogue hologram to the side, but if you activate it right after the battle is concluded, Daniels will interrupt that dialogue and you lose it. Since it's not an actual audio log and it's a quest-related hologram, you can't just pull it back up.
Another one. I'm getting weird feedback spikes on local comms.
If whatever's wrong with the comms array is spreading...
No, that's not it. So, the door to communications should be open. You can head down to the comms control station. And Isaac, watch what you say. That doesn't mean it.
I tend to take my time while waiting for audio logs.
Log retrieved.
Fine, then we'll waste more time and record this. Satisfied?
No, I'm not satisfied. We have a dead miner. We can't sedate Brand Harris.
Wasn't Harris originally your patient? Could have warned us that he'd go berserk.
Captain, Harris is suffering from dementia that we don't fully understand. He was making progress until Dr. Mercer took his case over my objections.
I've read that. And frankly, this vendetta against Dr. Mercer just sounds like more of your bigotry.
My what?
Do you deny that you've counseled members of our church and turned them against unitology?
I'm telling you that Mercer's treatments are immoral and dangerous. And why does he keep taking Harris to hydroponics? Medical is a sanctuary, not Mercer's private lab, so stop covering him.
Our accusations still no proof. You know your way out.
He won't stop with Brad Harris, Captain. You know that.
Tracking related rig activity.
So yeah, we got to go back to hydroponics. Again, if I had known that, I would have routed out my movements better. I apologize for that. This playthrough kind of falls in the realm of better than a completely blind one, but not as good as a rehearsed one. But it's either that or show you about 20 hours of me trying to no damage everything. Now, I had always planned on making it back here to get the item I missed at the ADS cannon. Since I'm at the bridge, it's time to go and collect it. I wasn't sure how best to do this part. I thought about just including a caption saying like, hey, there's an item here I missed. It's not on footage, but go ahead and get it. I thought about just ignoring it entirely. I figured, okay, you know what? I would just get it because this is an item that is an important but optional key item. I don't want to just miss it because I didn't grab it the first time. If you're wondering why First Officer White's rig is all the way out there, it's actually kind of interesting that they gave some sort of context for this. Don't forget that when we first entered this ADS area, we reached an audio log next to the door that there was a person named White who said, hey, I'm tired of this all, I'm going to space myself. And everybody's like, we need our first officer. He's talking about that guy, apparently. We need our first officer because the captain's dead. And White is like, yeah, well, good luck with that. He spaces himself. So that's why his rig's there. So I was thinking I was just a little weird. Like, what is this body doing all the way out here? But yeah. After thinking about it a little bit, it's like, oh. Yeah, this dude killed himself because he was scared. I would say that his action was extremely selfish because he could have accidentally killed 2 other people that were nearby. I mean, imagine, you're opening an airlock in the cold vacuum of space while you're talking to a couple people. Yeah, real first officer material right there.
Cannot determine clearance level. Master security override required.
So we'll be back this way with the master security override. But you need First Officer White's rig to get the override. So we'd have to take this elevator twice anyways. I don't like this dual elevator system. I think they could have redesigned the ship a bit better. Or the game map, as it were. I mean, elevators are boring enough as it is, but you're seriously telling me I have to get in and out of different elevators that are right next to each other. So this is where I made the mistake of using that fire canister, trying to hit the door energy battery, whatever it's called. And I used the fire canister to save 1 bullet. I just spent a bunch here. But again, I don't know these things in advance. So if I were to play again, I'd prepare for these wall guardians. Yeah, I thought he was dead. I thought I was just being paranoid, but he wasn't. Now, the surest way to tell if he's dead is if he drops an item. You can typically assume they're dead from all the stuff gushing out of them, but I don't know. I just have a hard time telling. And I'd rather play it safe than sorry, because I hate it when they spawn more of those pod tentacle things. The combat music starts playing like as something spotted me, because as far as I know, this room is secure. It turns out to be it's a pod tentacle thing, which almost got me. When I take corners like that, it means I've been attacked in this area before.
Communications array offline. A repair technician has been notified.
Communications log. First comms operator Bailey reporting. I want this on record. The ship is under attack, but Captain Matthias has refused to issue a distress call. And we all know why. This whole operation is illegal. Aegis 7 was sealed off. They knew it, we knew it, and we all kept our mouths shut. That ends. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is USG Ishimura calling C. Wait. Jesus. He took the whole comms array offline. It's over.
The Valor's in a holding position. How's the comms array?
Fried. Someone hot-wired the dishes together and blew out the system.
So we're screwed.
No, it was sloppy work. Some of the dishes are intact. If I replace them and create a new circuit with no gaps, we could broadcast a signal. Short range only, but it should work.
Okay, do it. I'll, keep an eye on things here.
Oh, there's supposed to be a jump scare when you approach that window, but because I entered and left the room, looks like it didn't spawn. I didn't know that beforehand. I was trying to show it off. I entered and left the room because I wanted to let audio logs have time to play.
Progress report, Captain Benjamin Matthias to Paragon Jordan, Una. This will be my last transmission. Afterwards, I'll make sure our pilgrimage can be completed without interference. We have successfully brought the Holy Marker on board. Dr. Kine, an expert on the original marker, is deciphering its secrets. Forgive me for quarantining Aegis 7. Director Eckhart's work may have been inconvenienced, but they're suffering some sort of epidemic. Regardless, Planet Crack begins tomorrow on schedule. CEC can scratch out its illegal operation now that the true prize is ours. Let's the Earth God try to cover this up. Altman be praised. Matthias out.
Man, these unitologists. Look, if you do whatever religion you want, but try to leave other people out of it. You all want to turn into Necromorphs? Fine. As long as those Necromorphs don't go killing innocent people, then we have a problem. As usual, we face 2 baby morphs and 2 leapers. He almost got me there. I almost flew right into that. Right, as far as I know, this communications array setup is always the same. At least in my build of it. So the solution while there is more than one possible way to do it, the solution is also always the same. It's still convoluted, however. For whatever reason, how this communication control works, play Pipe Drain or whatever it's called. I remember playing it back in the original Pipe Dream, I think it was called. Yeah, I remember playing it back on old DOS days. Now, I will say I'm not too pleased with my performance here, but considering fighting those baby morphs and the leapers is such a pain, it's good enough. Because I wanted to get this out the first Monday of when Dead Space was released, but it was taking me so long to make every segment perfect. Now, this was probably part of the original game. It's fine. I do think the game would have been better off without this section. I mean, 0G is okay. Its controls are alright. I don't really have a problem with it. Generally keep myself oriented pretty well for the recording purposes. But this combines game's weakest components together. Kinesising one object into a port and flying around. That's not exactly the content Dead Space wants to be known for. It wants to be known for, your mom hates this game.
Opening a channel to the Valor.
Exiting zero gravity.
This is USM Valor, broadcasting on all frequencies to USG Ishimura in response to your SOS. We picked up your escape pod number 47 and are en route to your position. This message will repeat every 30 seconds until you respond.
Escape pod?
Oh, fuck. The pod Hammond jettisoned. It had Chip. That creature was inside.
No. USM Valor, come in. Come in, Valor. Oh, her signal isn't strong enough.
Can we deploy the long-range antenna?
No, something's blocking the blast doors over the comms array. The hell?
There'll be a manual release over at maintenance. I'll go. Keep trying to reach them.
There's a couple things I want to address. One, they are locking these doors for communication, not because it's trying to disguise loading. But I believe it's so that you're not fighting in battle while communications is showing. That way you can both give your attention to the communication and not have that be impairing your vision. I believe that is the case. So rather than let you run around unimpeded in the ship, as long as you had a communications panel up, which could involve problems when there are Necromorphs already ahead of you and not just like they've already spawned in the past and are still there. So rather than try to do that, I believe as a game design decision, they probably just locked the door, which is something that they did in the first game anyways. I don't know if that was also a part of that reason, but that's the reason I believe it's this way here. The second thing, it's a horror game. I know I'm not spoiling anything for anybody smart enough to figure it out, and if you are one of my viewers, you must be smart enough. As this is a space action horror game, we know that those guys are going to lose to the escape pod. So you're telling me that a vessel armed with military-style soldiers, like, these are not just a random space doctor that doesn't know what he's doing, so he turns his back to a patient that he's arresting? This is a military vessel on a search and destroy mission. They lose to a single zombie. A single zombie in a small contained area, mind you. It's not like he ambushed them. It's not like he was hiding in the dark. No. They opened up an escape capsule, and then we're just like this Necromorph right here. Are you telling me that this Necromorph is a problem to an armed group? Sure, Isaac is wearing an engineering rig, but I can only imagine that a military rig is superior to resisting tentacle damage. I mean, I know that's kind of an exotic thing, but we'll consider that piercing and bludgeoning or something. So this is the only elevator that I know of that has a Necromorph inside. It actually takes him a moment to decloak for me. But if you were to just run in, he'd get you, of course. That being said, there's no telling if that ever happened in the future, but this one's a static spawn at the least. Now, interesting thing. If you go in area, or at least if on my computer, if I go in areas where there were empty rigs just hanging on racks, those rigs are gone. They despawned, or the engine decided they were done being used in the game and were no longer needed, so they get removed entirely. It's not that those are corpses or anything, those are just empty armor pieces. And it'd be kind of cool if a Necromorph was wearing it later, like one of those tentacle squid things we just fought. They just sort of imitated a human being, took over that armor, and went to go find prey. But nothing like that happens. It's just the armor stuff just disappears. Whatever. I know there's a little bit of a back and forth here. Because I'm trying to prepare thoroughly for this next section where I know that I will not be able to resupply. I don't know to what extent, how dangerous this will be. I just have an idea that I cannot come back to my storage immediately after beginning this next segment. I'm trying to make sure that I'm well prepared. I go ahead and pick up the pulse rifle for this part. This is why I've been prepping it shortly before this area. I don't need to bring any ammo. I know that I will find ammo drops for it, whether or not I pick up the pulse rifle. So since I'm going to find pulse rifle ammo anyways, might as well bring the gun. In my opinion, it turns out to be useful as a weapon in the next area.
Error. Blast doors obstructed. Please contact a repair technician.
Still can't reach the Valor. What's happening with the antenna?
It's blocked by... It's the Leviathan. It must have snagged on the comms array after we spaced it. It's not coming off without a fight.
Isaac, there's no time.
There is if I use the ADS cannons. Manual targeting like before. I can shoot it right off the hull. I got this. You focus on the Valor.
Will do.
This fight was a lot easier than the first Leviathan fight. The first Leviathan fight, we'll say, took me, I don't know, we'll say 8 times. Ballpark that. This one only took me 2 times to no damage it. Now, I skipped the first ADS cannon on purpose. In this kind of game, bosses get new attack patterns as you approach different phases. But if we consider each ADS cannon to be a phase, the last phase is the hardest for this boss. What we're doing is we're going to save the travel time between the we're going to save the travel time for the last phase as the shortest time. Rather than go middle, one side and then far off to the other side, giving me the longest period of time to be in danger, we'll just save the middle for last. Stuck on the floor there. Now, it automatically, as part of a cutscene, destroys the ADS cannon. That's a separate tentacle than the one that's attacked.
Warning. ADS cannon destroyed.
That's the game's way of letting you know you're done with that. When the tentacle does not immediately go for you, it's going to do a sweeping attack. As long as you're watching the main body and have an idea where the tentacles are, you should be able to dodge everything. You can see here it's not aiming for me, so I need to fly away again. As I'm waiting for it to explode, I guess I might as well refill on air.
Manual targeting enabled.
I don't want to be near any of those explosive sacks when they hit the ground. Being at all near the explosion will of course cost me the game. I don't know what the heck these things are supposed to be, but obviously we don't want to touch them. Yeah, they're mines, but realistically, what purpose would they have in any sort of evolutionary sense?
Dead and gone. I'll try the antenna's manual release again.
Do it. I've got a transmission loaded and ready to go.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
Check my health. It's the first thing I do. We're still good. I wanted to verify for sure that I didn't get hit by that earlier explosion.
This is Kendra Daniels on the USG Ishimura. Do not open the escape pod. Repeat, do not open that escape pod. Do you read? We're too late.
The Valor!
It's heading right for you!
Brace yourself! Nicole.
Incompetent soldiers. I mean, you have fantastic science fiction-y powerful ranged weapons. You have Jedi force powers in the form of stasis and kinesis. How do you lose to a single zombie?
Daniels, what happened? Something shook the whole crew deck. What hit us? An asteroid?
Those things got onto the Valor, a rescue ship. They found your escape pod, and the one that used to be Chen. It's...
God damn it!
The Valor's scrap. By the time another ship hears the SOS beacon, we'll all be dead.
No, that's what I was telling you. I found an executive shuttle on the crew deck, intact.
And the log says that shuttle's missing its singularity core. It can't get us home.
Wait, maybe it can. If the Valor singularity core is okay, I could salvage it, install it on that shuttle. We're fucking out of here.
Where's the Valor now?
It's near comms.
Keep us stable. Isaac, I'll grab a suit and EVA onto the Valor. Meet me there. We'll find that core together. Let CEC clean up their own mess. I'm saving what I can.
I was going to originally save, but since that boss only took me 2 tries, I figure it wasn't that bad. We'll go ahead and move on a little further and see if I can find another save point.
Isaac, I'm on board. The Valor's trashed, but I can make it to the bridge. The hell was that?
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
But yeah, if you are in a apocalyptic scenario, jettisoning an infecting zombie, an uncontrolled area that it could hurt other people, that is by far an incredibly stupid decision. It took me so long that I know exactly where the spawns for each item are in each of these bunks.
Isaac, we have a problem. The Valor's carrying a 12 megaton warhead. The crash hit the torpedo bay hard. I need you to handle that nuke right away before something sets it off.
Handle 12 megatons? You know I'm not a nuclear engineer, right?
I don't need you to be. Just stabilize the warhead and eject it away from the Ishimura.
Christ damn it.
No one trained you to carve up monsters with a plasma cutter either. You haven't let us down yet.
Now, consistently, if I trigger this monster by being up close to it, it actually runs away, possibly so it doesn't ambush the player. I'm assuming that's intended game mechanic design for this particular monster, but normally he spawns way at the beginning of the hall.
The soldiers must have had stasis units on their armor. When they were turned, those units merged right into their bodies, changed them. They're fucking fast, Isaac. Stay sharp.
This is Commander Cadigan to all hands. We have been boarded by hostile forces. Hostiles are alien. Repeat, alien and extremely dangerous. All personnel to arms. Fire at will.
I've tried this section so many times, and while I can succeed, it isn't worth it. So we're just gonna grab the battery and leave. You'll be easily safe. Don't be alarmed by that zombie dropping down.
Mr. Clark? Hello? I must speak with you.
Who is this?
Dr. Terrence Kine, the Ishimura's chief science officer. I study the marker for the church.
I'm done talking to unitologists.
But the planet won't rest until the marker is returned. You can't leave.
Watch me.
Caution. Radiation.
You can tell which Necromorph is approaching by the sound it makes. And if you, for example, do something silly like I did and launch the explosive sack at the nuke, you die. I did that on purpose. I didn't think anything actually would happen. All the super fast stasis zombies, when they see you, they spend quite a bit of time roaring, and they consistently attempt to run into your field of view, even if they're slightly to your side. That isn't to say they can't ambush you, but I feel like they intentionally try to make themselves seen by the player.
Okay, the warhead's clear.
Hammond, this doesn't add up. If the Valor was just on patrol, why bring a nuke? And if they had a target, what's out here except us?
Yeah, I know. I'm downloading a munitions report right now. I'll clear your route to the engine room. Grab that singularity core and let's get out of here.
One of the reasons why I wanted to bring the pulse rifle for this is it's good for hitting them in the chest. Hitting them in the chest activates a stasis effect on them. I hate trying to move everything. Grab all the nearby loot, then we'll make a save. I really thought about not saving here because I figured it's just a couple more rooms, but no, I'm glad I made a save for this part. This first room has probably made me restart more times than the room after that, which is backwards. There's 2 more zombies waiting in the room. To get them to spawn, we're going to run to the far end and back. Over here is a shooting gallery. You don't actually need to participate in the shooting gallery, you just need to turn it on.
Shooting range online. Caution. Live fire exercise.
The zombies will spawn depending on where you are, but there will always be a stasis zombie emerging from the where I put the fire extinguishers. After you defeated the first 3 zombies, then baby morphs emerge. Remember, those armored zombies are resistant to shots in the leg. At this point, I'm actually surprised here that I killed all of them with the one hit. I know that one of them was an explosive zombie, but I'm used to having to nail 2 flame canisters into them. I don't know where the other baby zombie is, and I don't want to take the time to look for it, so we just go ahead and move on out. In the next room, a soldier survivor will be alive until you try to pass him. Then he'll go through his death animations. That guy can actually make it past the lasers, but it's very rare. And I can lure this next one into the lasers again, but every time I try to do so, I end up getting hit or something, so it hasn't been working. Like, just go ahead and take him out here.
Isaac, you hearing this? It's Chen. There, on the Wriggling. Did I lock him in alive?
Chen's dead. You know that.
I know my own fucking corporal. Chen, come in.
Remember, the marker is messing with people's heads. That is Chen's escape pod. There are 3 dead soldiers right next to it, and that escape pod is so tiny it can only house 1 person. Meaning that when Hammond launched the escape pod, he was assuming that there were enough functional escape pods for Daniels, Isaac, and himself. But yeah, a 1-hatch escape pod, 1 entry, 1 exit, whatever you want to call it. There's no way a Necromorph would take down 3 soldiers. Baby morphs, unless they're trying to melee you, you generally have plenty of time to deal with because they have to open up their tentacles first. But once you defeat all the current zombies, 2 soldier zombies emerge from any unopened vents. Typically the ones furthest from your entry point, but not always. brute comes out of that storage closet. Although I didn't manage to get it on tape, he basically smashes down a door and then a metal grating closes down behind it. As with before, I'm just surprised how quickly that brute goes down. I say I'm surprised because I fought that brute a few times, and I've done a lot of things to try to kill it. Such as stasising it infinitely on top of electrical pad, shooting it from the front just to see how much damage I would do, and if I'm doing any, it's not noticeable. So you can manage to hit it in the shoulder just high enough that it takes out one of his arms. It's not really worth it. So for every success you see, there's countless ice axe who have suffered a tiny little boo-boo from the enemies. It's like, oh man, I'm full. This is the first time in the game I had a full inventory. What to do at this point, so I just go ahead and drop the oxygen canister. It's the least useful item in my current stash of equipment.
The Valor's initial. It wasn't just a nuke. They came loaded for war, seek and destroy. This was no patrol. They knew about the Ishimura. Someone knew. We were all dead from the moment we arrived.
Alright, this room is funky. What you're seeing is my third take, I believe. On the first take, all the flames worked well. It was right after the save. It worked okay, but I managed to get hit when I was trying to strafe with the crate ahead. On the second and third take, because I'm loading in this area, the flame spouts don't load all fully functioning. So it is a slight advantage to me. However, it's also a slight disadvantage in that at any point it could finish loading and torch me, which happened on the second run. I was just running through it. It's like, oh man, this is easy now. I was just running through it, and then one activated and hit me. So that's why I'm covering myself with this crate. I mean, I'm doing a poor job of it, but it's mostly just to keep myself covered in case it starts to kick on. I shield myself, I turn everything off and on that may trigger the next wave of enemies, and then I let them die to the environmental hazards here. Now you may say that the Necromorphs attacked the Valor after it crashed into the Ishimura. But the reason why it crashed into the Ishimura was because Chen took down the ship.
Unknown biohazard detected. Lockdown initiated.
Another malfunction. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Someone get the door open. Chen? Christ, what did that thing do to you? Help me get him to the Kelly and shoot him.
It's not shit. Shoot him!
You're
While I do think the whole Chen exchange was stupid, I like the way Hammond dies here.
Oh my god. Fuck! The Valor's gonna blow! Go!
Because in the original, he died like a chump. People feel he died heroically, but the way I see it, he stands completely still against a super brute as it swaddles up to him, and Hammond is just pointlessly shooting a pulse rifle at the armor. If a player did that, you would make fun of him. There's some ammo to the right, but if I do that, I have to fight a couple stasis zombies, so we're just gonna see if I can escape them. Been open. That's a human survivor running away. Though you're not really supposed to catch him.
Warning, heat exchanger offline.
Normally you should wait for the electrical pad to finish, but the ones here take a really long time to charge up. And if I just get hit by it, I load. So me waiting there is bad for recording. I have to wait for the space to finish loading to make my escape.
And I'm tracking movement from the Valor. I think some of those mutated soldiers made it on board. What about the Valor's singularity core?
It's covered in blood, but I got it. God, I hope Hammond was right about that shuttle.
He said it was on the crew deck, along with every unitologist on the ship and their marker. You need to... Wait, someone's opened the door near the bridge atrium? It'll get you to the crew deck, but who's left with that kind of clearance? Isaac, something's up, but we have to get that shuttle. For God's sake, be careful. We're all that's left.
Perhaps as a safety precaution, if you manage to bypass those wall guardians, either they don't spawn incorrectly, or they have been despawned intentionally. But they aren't there when you come back from the valley. But if for whatever reason you snuck past them, just make sure to stasis them on the way out, or something. Elevator Simulator 2023. The door up ahead, that's the door she's talking about that was opened up from the bridge atrium. I do a quick sweep of the area before interacting with the store, and finally offload my full backpack. Because I'm not using any health kits, I have so much money. I have no idea if your storage is limited. I would assume it is because it continues to divide your ammo into specific quantities. I am now rolling in power nodes. Feels good. After clearing up all my inventory problems, I look at what I've got and I see that I've never played with the force gun. I don't have any reason for bringing it out. It's okay for this next area, but there's not a specific reason I took it out other than the fact I haven't shown it off. One way of easily telling if a zombie is down for the count is to try to kinesis it. So if you enter a room and there's just a zombie there, kinesis. If you pick up it or a body part, it's down for good. If nothing happens, it's waiting for you. We have the final rig, so at this point we should head back and unlock the master key. However, I want to keep going forward to unlock the next tram station. And then we'll go get the key. Otherwise I have to walk back this way. Trying to maximize efficiency in a particular trip. I'm trying to remember if I have the force gun or the contact beam with me. Again, since I hadn't used either one, both of them are foreign objects to me. Take a look at my suit and plasma cutter to make sure I have everything I want with it. And then weighted blades as a possible upgrade for the plasma cutter. I've already tested that out. Either I'm not doing it right or it just sucks. I have no problem meleeing enemies. In Mass Effect 3, I would play a lot of multiplayer, like a lot. And I often played a melee unit.
Isaac, I'm losing you. Something on the crew deck must be interfering with the signal.
I can guess what that something is.
If the marker's active... Shit. The crew deck is locked down, but the deck supervisor might have an override key. The last location I have for her is the gym. How long will it take to install the singularity core on that shuttle?
Not long, if no one tries to stop me.
Hurry. We can't leave the marker in their hands.
Now that we've unlocked the tram, let's go ahead and return back to the bridge and get our master key. So this is an optional key item. I call it a key item because it's not just an ammo drop or something. This does impact some of the things you can do in the game. It does not take up an inventory slot, and you can even carry it with you on a New Game Plus. It is optional in that you can go the entire game without having completed this objective. Whereas security levels 1 through 3 are story-based and are distinctly different than your master key, the master key is used to get all sorts of extra goodies. While you do carry the master key with you on the New Game Plus, they do not open security levels 1 through 3. That is a different thing. I know it's kind of different from what we think a master key should be, and I get it, but this is a gamification of a thing, so I can bear with it as much as I can bear with zombies that appear after you complete an objective.
Master security override generated for Isaac Clarke. All access will be logged.
So now we have the maximum level plot security clearance 3, as well as the master key. There are no more locks that will bar our progress. We're 6 hours in. You've watched 75% of the video so far. YouTube ranks this video higher in its searches, so thank you for enjoying this content. Just you watching helps this tiny channel so much. But this time we're going to take a great circuit around the ship and open up all the master boxes.
Security card.
Most of the time in each master room you'll find some sort of weapon upgrade. I took a double take at that node box to make sure I had looted it. The light stays on, even though you've opened. I do like the environmental random effects here. Like sometimes rooms will be covered in fog, sometimes they'll be completely dark. All of this random stuff actually adds a nice touch into making sure the game is not cookie cutter and the same in every playthrough. So I would say it increases your playability, despite the fact that it makes my life a lot harder for these no damage segments. On one run, a hallway might be clear, on another run, I might be surrounded by swarmers and then baby morphs. There's a few master locks in the area we're going to next, as well as a quest we're going to complete. This quest reward, actually pretty good. I like it a lot. It's an upgrade to your stasis, which is separate from your workbench suit power node upgrades. I'm going to assume it stays with me on New Game Plus, but starting from Chapter 12, it does change the way I stasis things. Until then, I haven't really learned what the difference is. They always beep in order. It's easy to plan for and avoid. That I was not ready for, nor was I ready for what happened to him after his last shot. Because I've run through this area before, and these guys were not here. Nor were these enemies in this room. But I'm naturally paranoid, and I always travel as if I'm going to get attacked, so it isn't really any sort of liability. In fact, because they drop items, basically loot pinatas, as long as I spend less killing them, then I get out of them. This is the room where I farmed those extra Necromorphs.
Toxic hazards detected.
I want to try not to hit his belly, because I don't want to have a bunch of swarmers to deal with. I do my usual sweep the room. hugging the wall and mashing the E key. This is the prototype stasis module. Now, I don't figure this out until chapter 12, but apparently it damages enemies when I stasis them. I'm trying to be conservative with my shots here, that's why I was firing slowly. But that was a lot closer than I should have been.
You don't mind me recording, do you? You'll lose language soon. It's so green here. There are worse places to work discreetly. They keep poisons here that would never be allowed near medical, and now you're invulnerable to all of them. Cellular regeneration. Will I kill you? If you try, Mr. Harris, I have options. The containment module, for example. Remember your last brain surgery? Stasis with consciousness? Quite useful. If only I hadn't wasted so much osmium on my last module design. It hurts. And how do you feel now? Dead. Awake. Whole. Then perhaps it's time for your first real hunt.
Toxic hazard detected.
So basically turned my rechargeable stasis into a grenade. I don't figure this out till later, because everything I'm stasising I'm trying to put down. So I don't notice any damage over time on them.
Toxic hazard cleared.
But later on at the very beginning of chapter 12, I'm stasising a pile of bodies and they keep decomposing when I hit them. I was like, wait a minute, what is going here? What's the common thread? What is happening to make these bodies melt? And I realized, oh, it's every time I stasis. So yeah, as a person who loves to use stasis and kinesis because they are cheap and easy options, I like adding what is essentially an acidic grenade to the mix. I have no idea why Mercer would have a prototype stasis module, but you know, I'm not going to look a gift necromorph in the mouth. The prototype stasis module was unrelated to the master key, but there is a master key thing here anyways, which is why I did it all in one sweep.
Logging security card.
On previous runs through this area, there was a pile of credits on that table that I had missed the first time through. It's not there this time, but maybe I just didn't wait long enough for it to load in. I never bothered with this before because all it would do is release a Necromorph out of that hatch. So I'm a little surprised he didn't show up this time. But maybe he's just waiting for me, or maybe he's just loading in. Either way, he pops out after I pass.
Logging security card.
Every time I pick up a large medical health kit, I just see that as 5,000 credits. All that loading had to eventually catch up to me. I actually get ambushed in this control room more times than it's empty. So every time it's empty, I'm actually more paranoid. Because I expect that there's some enemy I just didn't see. When battle's on, it's like, oh, okay, here are the targets, let me line them up. So this is the master box where I did not pick up the razor blade, the Ripper upgrade. I mashed E, but I think I did not pick it up.
Security card.
I think the proximity range to open the box is different than the proximity range to pick up what's inside it. I look at plasma cutter, I don't see anything I really need. I mean, 20 in my plasma cutter is plenty. Sure, if I had infinite nodes and no other weapons to upgrade, I'd upgrade it. But I tend to play conservatively. I tend to save my resources so that I can be flexible when the time calls for it. I would say, given the ending of the game, I'm glad I did. Okay, with that we have completed everything we need with the master key. Next, the crew deck. This was very foreign to me. I don't really remember this very well from the original Dead Space. However, with the number of times I had to repeat this section, I now know it like hydroponics.
Now arriving at the crew deck.
I have no idea what I'm doing at this point, so I walk slowly to the store while I gather my thoughts. I see I've got the force gun. Line gun will never park my side. Looks like we're good. In the time I was in the store, all the bodies and stuff managed to load in. And I see a save point. It's just time to make our first save of the crew quarters. And after this, I now know what I'm doing. So it's kind of nice little bipolar Isaac that we've got going on here. Some parts unsure, hesitant, cautious of everything. Other parts knows everything that's going to happen and is guaranteed success. I will say that while I don't mind breaking the bodies in the slightest, I actually do mind breaking the lamps, because I like the light. There are parts in the game where I've broken all the lamps, either intentionally or by accident, and it's just obnoxious to try to play in those areas. Alright, so I've left one fire extinguisher underneath all those bodies, and we're going to throw another fire extinguisher on them. Once I've managed to confirm that I have all the bodies. The bodies on the hooks, I don't think infectors can deal with, so I'm not worried about them. And there we go. Don't have to worry about any of those corpses. On the way back, if I take either the left hallway or the right hallway, zombies will appear in that hallway and not the other, I guess. Yeah, I since I had to repeat the segment multiple times, I had to repeat perfect scoring Z-ball. So I will make this statement, a bold statement, that I am good at Z-ball. Because I've had to achieve the max, I've had to clear Z-ball, we'll say 5 times or something. That's probably 4 more times than people do. Now there's this weird thing about kinesis that I discovered while I'm doing Z-ball, is that when the object is moving right next to Isaac, there's this window where he cannot fire it back out. You can fire it before it reaches Isaac, and you can fire it after Isaac is holding it. But there's a small window right before it closes in on Isaac where I can't fire. So that kind of screws with me a little bit in Z-ball. There are, I think, 3 baby morphs here, but they only spawn if you get closer. The barricades will quiver before they block the basket. And you get double the points, 10 instead of 5, if you shoot in a basket that is glowing. And I'm assuming that all the audience voices is the marker just having fun with Isaac, because I feel like I hear Isaac's name being shouted in the fake audience. Now, I'm not 100% completely sure, but I feel like I can hear which side the basketball is going to show up out of. But it may just be survivor bias or something.
Exiting zero gravity.
I find dealing with the locker room easier than dealing with the hallway we went through. I'll be taking each of the 2 paths, one to the Z-ball and one back to the central hub. Yeah, I'm just really surprised how easily those armored zombies go down. I guess this is to make up for the fact you can't hit them in the legs. It's my fault for my computer. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the game's problem. Yep. Decloaking zombie. Infector's first priority is to try to seek out bodies, and if it can't find bodies nearby, it'll try to attack Isaac instead. mean, that room is probably pretty good for farming Necromorphs. An infector will always appear out of that one. It just takes them a little while. Generally, you are entering the storage room by this time, and when you come out, he's infected at least one of these corpses. I still believe I've never seen an infector randomly spawn. Every one of them has been a deliberate placement. So that was a totally optional floor. This next cutscene, oh, I managed to break so well. This was a totally optional floor, but the biggest reason I took it was to break the next cutscene. If I go straight to the next cutscene, it actually has loaded. But if I'm taking the elevator, it has trouble loading. The cutscene is even better when you know Isaac is crazy.
Mercer! Mercer, wait. Tell me. I want to understand. What is convergence? Hi. When you put it that way, you and your marker can go to hell. No! God damn it!
And then the hunter breaks through that glass, but because I hadn't loaded the cutscene properly, there's nobody here. I love the fact that everything's broken. The captions, the evil villain monologue, it's all broken. I apologize that you didn't actually get to see the real cutscene, but I feel the light version is so much better.
But you're on it, right, Isaac? Everything's gonna be just like it was.
So here's what happened. Mercer is standing there. He has stasis Jacob Temple. And then Isaac pisses him off. So Mercer shoots Jacob Temple.
I'm sorry about everything.
This one, I do just for my own pleasure. But these corpses will keep talking to you until you smash them. Aim low enough to get the swarmers. Unfortunately, I think my first force shot took out my laser bullets. I hear the battle music, but I have no idea where this guy is. I'm convinced it's this torso, because they don't normally twitch like that. And I can't even pick up the torso. I'm looting every room, selling all my health kits, deliberately carrying a line gun just to spawn line ammo for selling. I have no money problems. I've got one shot left in my force gun. I mean, I don't know, might as well spin it on this torso. Nothing happens, but I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade capacity anyways. Takes 3 bullets to charge a gravity well, but that helps clear the door really fast. So, I mean, you have to decide, was it worth it? I think it looks cool, and I want to try to make my recordings a spectacle. So. But I hope it doesn't make you cringe seeing me waste that precious, precious ammo. Wait for the tentacles to finish planting themselves and line up my shot. That door will open up once you blast the tentacle sack here, but the hunter will also show up, so be ready for that. As you can see, I've actually stasis the door to my detriment. So in the future, I'll probably try to avoid stasising him so close to the door. So yeah, I'm a little surprised that they seem to die much faster than I expected. And I don't understand why they look different than I remember. It's at this, I still haven't figured out that my stasis is melting them. It's not what I expected. At no point did the game ever inform me that my stasis has now become a damage over time effect. So I definitely was not counting on that. It's like, where's the battery? So at this point I've lost track of the battery. Just trying to find it. This is where the corpses were speaking to you. Every time you return to this room, if you've destroyed a tendril, it shows you, it waits to destroy the rest of the tendril till you arrive, so it shows you what your next area should be. Check to make sure I've got all the loot. And somehow there's still loot that appears under that fan later, but alright. Save point. It's a little bit out of my way, but I'm glad to save at this juncture. Because I'm about to enter an unexplored territory. And 14th done. I love these laser mines.
Quarantine lifted.
I managed to load this area before she finishes spawning in. Get her to T-pose. If I run straight here, the Necromorph will actually spawn in this room instead of the hallway I just killed it. It'll interrupt me getting to record her shooting her head off. One last check to make sure I've got all the loot. When you get the battery, a new Necromorph spawns. Wow, you know what to do with that. There's no point to activating lights. I just do so because using the circuit breaker is going to spawn enemies anyways.
Isaac. Sorry, late shift. How are you?
My mother, she's,
Octavia? How's she doing?
She's dead, Nicole. They both are. She killed my dad, then herself. The church. They took the bodies before I could,
Oh my god. Oh, Isaac, I'm so sorry. Fucking told you brainwashing.
Stop it. Just stop talking. You said she was herself again. You said she would be better at home. I trusted you. God. You might as well have killed him yourself.
She was better. You told me to leave for the Ishimura. You pushed me to... You know what? Go to hell, Isaac.
Nicole. Nicole! Nicole! I didn't... Oh, God. No. Not her, too.
Isaac. It's me. Wish I could talk to you.
She wanted to talk. I didn't.
I'm sorry.
I can make it right.
I'm sorry.
I can save us both.
About everything.
I think it would have been a nice touch if you could shoot the monitors in the cutscene early. In this next hologram, I really like body language.
Log retrieved.
Is it recording? Can't miss anything. There's just cruelty. He was deciphering how the marker's signal affects the brain and how... Oh my god.
Ah, Dr. Brennan. Let me guess. Terrence Kine let you in. Shame he's not here.
He didn't understand how this tragedy represents a chance to cure death.
Go on.
These creatures, reanimated tissue, cellular immortality. I know we've never seen eye to eye, but I understand now. There's so many I should have saved.
So you came to me.
Because you've learned how to communicate with the marker. I'm so close. I thought it must have the secrets that I need.
You are a woman of science. Not faith. Leave the marker to me. These are your autopsy notes. Very thorough. need them peer-reviewed, of course. And poor Terrence isn't here to help you.
Yes. There's only one man I trust now.
Very thorough indeed. And useful for Mr. Harris's next surgery.
No related freak activity has been logged.
A common complaint for Dead Space is that the cutscenes and stuff are way too long, but I will give props. The body language is on point. I've heard claims that say that body language conveys most of what you're trying to say, and I dislike it when games just show talking heads. Oh, by the way, here's a bowling alley. At least that's the way I interpret this. But perhaps I'm just as psychopathic as the person who set that up, so who knows. Surprisingly, there's really not much to this room. I keep expecting I'm supposed to find something awesome in here, but maybe it's just a fake out to let you think that that's what the doors open. I mean, the doors, using a circuit breaker does open those doors, but that's not the real treasure. The real treasure is on the other side of this hall. So once you've activated the door's circuit breaker, you can enter this room and activate the master key lockbox.
Logging security card.
See, I'm mashing E, and then it's like, wait, it didn't pick it up. That's how I navigate the room. This is just like in Resident Evil, where I basically would hug the walls, just running, strafing into the walls, mashing the action button, and doing the same thing here. I'm walking alongside the perimeter of the room, mashing the action button. Alright, so now that I've cleared everything I want to, let's go ahead and do the objective and spawn the enemies. If I angle this just right, nope, my fire extinguisher went in some crazy direction. Let's try again. But if I angle this just right, I can hit it and run get out of here before everything catches up to me. There is an issue though, and this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to take my time going through this door. If I go too fast, it doesn't load properly. And if it doesn't load properly, the tendrils don't blow up. So I open the door again to make the tendrils blow up.
My friends, is this what you hoped for when you signed your lives away to the church? Does this carnage look like transcendence? I don't know what lies beyond death. Not anymore. But I do know our lives are more than just fuel for convergence. If we work together, we can fight this evil. It's not too late. Please.
Aiming at just the right height, I can manage to get a floor laser beam. But if I aim too low, I'll only have 2 laser beams because the third one's embedded into the terrain. The other side of this restroom has just a bunch of swarmers, so we're going to ignore that.
Clearance confirmed. Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Victory, thy name is Lasermine.
Quarantine lifted.
I don't enter this room because I mistakenly think there's supposed to be a decloaking zombie there that just never decloaks. But I've got that confused for another room.
security card.
This, I believe, is another code that you can input in the area before the communication array. You just stand in a circle and melee every time you see a hand, and stomp every time you see a foot. You do these and you'll get either a Easter egg, audio log, or power notes. Whoops, wrong way. I mean, to be fair, the crew quarters all kind of look the same, right? Or is it just me? Okay, this next section, I need to let load. Because if the guy does not walk out during this next cutscene, all the doors are still locked, which, obviously, because I'm saying this, has happened to me before. So I'm just going to stand here and let him talk himself out. Then I'm going to initiate the cutscene.
We'll be home, my love. I swear. Wait. They'd only listen to me. Yes, I have mind. I wonder if it's conscious of what's happening up here.
Hi, I'm Dr. Terrence Kine. Remember, we spoke on the Valor.
If you're real, let me in. I need to destroy that cluster behind you.
Not yet. Escape on that shuttle and you'll kill us all. When they took the marker from Aegis 7, it woke the being at the core of the planet.
The hell is that?
Mercer calls it the hive mind, a nexus organism which controls these Necromorphs. The hive mind is self-valor. If even a single Necromorph escapes, humanity is finished. The marker. She told me it would return the beast to its slumber.
Okay, so if we return the marker to Aegis 7, it'll stop the outbreak?
Exactly. But we need the shuttle to return it to the planet. You have a singularity core, and I can let you through. So what do you say?
If it'll end this for good, deal.
Excellent. I can distract Mercer, but not for long. And get the marker to the shuttle bay quickly. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for helping me fix my business.
Okay, so I've seen this cutscene a lot. The first time I saw Kine walk away, I thought he was wounded. But I think what's going on is he's picking up his imaginary girl here, off his shoulder for support. That's the way he's walking. I love it. And yeah, you saw me deploy a laser mine that just fell to the floor. But when I was stuck, yeah, I was able to destroy the tendril sac from my side of the glass, but I still couldn't get out because he has to finish walking through the doors before it unlocks the doors, because they don't want you walking in the same room as another survivor, because the games know what players will do. It generally results in trying to kill everybody. That's why like Skyrim and Oblivion mark characters as essential, because people are just going to kill everybody and get themselves stuck. I never did play Skyrim or the Witcher games. I would like to, but man, open world games take so much time, and I'm having a tough time keeping up with the channel as it is. Even though I'm turning it into my full-time job, it's still tough. Like, this wasn't just 8 hours of recording. This was, I don't know, it was like 20, 30 hours of recording. then I've got to do post commentary on the whole thing, and then edit it, and then render it, which is probably going to be a 16-hour render if it succeeds and doesn't crash. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more stuff out there I want to play, but I have trouble keeping up with everything. Clearly, we need to free up some space. Just a little bit more money, and there we go. We've broken the 10,000 mark, so we can get another power node. So what weapons to bring with me? I don't know yet. Back to my self-assured, I know what's going to happen next movement pattern. Okay, and I apologize for seeming cowardly in this next part, but it's just the most practical method. It's cost efficient, it's safe. So I corner camp, set up a mine, and just wait out the zombies. I literally spend 2 shots here. And that's it. I'm done. You've got to make sure that your beams are high enough to hit the armored zombies' arms and low enough to hit all the crawlers and leapers. But yeah, I killed all of them with 2 shots. For recording purposes, I try to keep mobile and do stuff that looks cooler, but I mean, in its own way, I feel that was actually pretty cool. They call it survival horror, after all, right? Well, I definitely was able to survive that.
Ah, you have it. Now install the singularity core on the shuttle. I'll come help you load the marker. Damn, Mercer's close, hurry!
I can actually pin the lasers sticking out of the vent, and it will hit this pillar in front of me, but I don't think it's as valuable as having lasers go straight up in this case, given the way some of the enemies emerge. I have no idea if there's a limit to the number of enemies that will spawn in this next mission. I never stuck around long enough to find out. What I do feel is that the faster I get it done, the better. So that's why I'm priming laser traps everywhere, so that they do not distract me from my mission. Set it up now so I don't have to pay for it in time and ammo later. Grabbing everything and get the explosives, dude. There's gonna be lag here. That's just an autosave.
Singularity core replaced. Test fire shuttle engines to complete hardware installation. Test fire in progress.
Now, I can't stasis this dude, but remember, it makes the door slow too. And I just want to get out fast. Not because I'm scared of this guy, But because the longer I take, the more enemies I'm gonna have to deal with. And with that, the enemies surrender. They all decide to leave neatly in single file.
Bring conversions! Make us whole!
I assume it's considered ironic or justice in this case, the way he dies, but I like the way Mercer died in the original. He was just infected and turned into a Necromorph. That was his promised convergence. In this case, all he does is just get crushed to death. I don't know, it doesn't seem as cool. It seems way more forgettable. You can actually stasis the Syndrome and make your life a lot easier.
Do you read me? Mr. Clark! Mr. Clark, come in!
Fuck this ship.
You're alive. Altman beat.
Fuck Altman too. Kendra?
I'm here, but every alert on the Ishimura is screaming. Critical damage to internal systems. The marker just ripped right through the ship. Something pulled it down to the cargo bay.
Kind, pilot the shuttle to the hangar. I'm going after the marker.
Of course. Amelia, quickly.
Wait, Dr. Kine. That guy's lost it. He killed the captain. We can't trust him near the marker.
He says returning it to the planet is the only way to end this. We've got to try. I'm heading to cargo. You ping Nicole's rig and tell her where to go.
Leave it to me.
Thanks. When I get the marker, we're all getting out of here.
Flight deck, Tran control.
Mr. Clark, we're approaching the hangar bay. We'll meet you there with the marker.
Now arriving at flight deck, Tran control.
Yes, Amelia, soon. We'll send the hive mind back into the darkness.
So glad you gave that guy our only escape shuttle. Shit, Isaac. Those things you've killed, their biomass is pulled down in the cargo bay. It's recombined itself into... Well, it's something huge, and the marker's embedded right in the middle. How the hell do we do this?
I've got the Ishimura's cargo cranes. They can move half a bay of mining gear, no problem. If whatever's down there wants to wrestle for the marker, I'm in.
Override the safeties, and yes, it might work. But hurry. We're losing critical systems fast.
Okay, so I have done a deep dive into Dead Space lore, trying to figure out things. I've read stuff on a rail shooter. I think there was a comic, some bunch of spin-off games. And I've read about Dead Space 3 and watched a co-op playthrough of it. I've tried to understand this stuff. I still don't get it. So Dr. Kine is trying to help us take the marker back because he feels that will stop the bad guys. The Necromorphs? That's what he feels like. But it also seems like the marker is trying to help Isaac send it back to the planet too. So I don't know what's true and what's crazy. This locker here has a statue worth quite a bit of money.
safety card.
This one was not one of my better pass-throughs to hit all 4 bulbs, but I successfully defended myself in this room, so we're using it.
Clearance confirmed.
Gotta be careful about shooting them on the walls over here on this side, because there are a few sloped ridges. The laser could end up zapping Isaac.
Shipment 782 is misaligned. Retrieval may be delayed. Warning. Maximum rate load exceeded. Warning. Cable stress is beyond safe operating limits. Crane malfunction imminent.
Come on!
Destroying the bulbs allows the marker to move further on its track. It basically has to circuit the entire room. We also have to raise the bridges so it can circuit the entire room.
Loading shipment 782. Beginning retrieval.
What I'm doing now is I'm waiting for the marker so I can use it as cover to fight the next opponent.
Caution. Access bridge is obstructing transfer.
I'm waiting for the opponent to emerge. Yeah, I've tried making a beeline just for the control panel, and it does smack me. Not a particularly dangerous opponent. It does not provide me enough time to get the job done.
Caution. Access bridge is obstructing transfer.
To the hangar bay.
The marker. Good work, Mr. Clark. On our way.
Fine. Your flight path goes by airlock 19. I can get there from the computer core.
A pickup. Yes, we'll be there.
Can you make it to the airlock alone?
No movement on the cameras. I'm just gonna run for it. Wish me luck.
I mean, it must have worked out for you, but I don't think that's really a solid plan in the slightest.
Containment fields approaching maximum capacity.
my brother. On the monitor, he's right by the airlock.
Don't let this place get to you. Kendra, we're out of time.
He's not there. I can make it if I run.
I can run through this area before it finishes loading in order to bypass the quarantine, but if I do so, I can't trigger the next the next stage of the mission objective. So I actually have to stay here to defeat the quarantine.
Anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
The enemies that spawn are consistently the same kind, but the timing and location of where they spawn does change. The way I had those lasers set up, it actually was also guarding a vent in the far corner.
Quarantine lifted.
There's stuff here I'm going to loot, but first I'm going to trigger the next scene.
My name is Kendra Daniels. Stand by, Isaac. He's bringing the shuttle in now. Isaac, we can't run the automated loading control. Must be the damage to the ship.
We're losing time. The hive mind is down there.
Kind, relax. I'll turn off the gravity in the hangar, then I can load the marker by hand.
All right. No, don't worry, Amelia. They understand.
Jesus.
Entering zero gravity.
So on this side of the hangar, you could have gone here the first time Hammond sent you out into space. There was a security 3 locked box, so I figured I'd be coming back here anyways and deal with that side then. As usual, along the way, we will be stopped by leapers and baby morphs. At this point, I have once again misplaced my battery, but there's a second one. I don't know if you really need both different batteries or this is just a backup one, but there's an extra battery inside one of the hangars. If there's a monster on the tracks ahead of him, the marker freezes in place. So if you're having trouble finding an enemy, probably a baby morph making the marker stay still. I don't know why some of the enemies turn red. I don't know if it's like a suit upgrade or something, or maybe a stasis upgrade. But sometimes they turn red, and that actually helps me spot them. So we'll want to switch that rail twice. Once to allow the marker to get on top of the tile, and another one to turn it and to enter the ship. And now we can switch the power setting.
There it is. The marker.
The safeties are still on. I need to restore gravity before we can load it.
Hurry, please.
This is the shutter I just unlocked by rerouting the power.
Clearance confirmed. Exiting zero gravity.
It's on board. Come, quickly.
Go open the hatch for him.
Nicole, is she here?
Sorry, Isaac. I couldn't trust him with the marker.
Kendra, what are you doing?
What my department sent me here to do. Even if the Valor couldn't help me out like I wanted.
Department? Who are you?
I work for EarthGov, cleaning up a very, very old mess. I told you and Hammond that Aegis 7 was off limits. The planet was one big government experiment. The marker, this divine artifact, it was built by human hands.
That's impossible. It's an alien world. The miners dug up the fucking thing.
After it was planted here a few hundred years ago. Even Kine didn't pick up on that. They found the first marker in some crater on Earth. That one. That was real. Alien. Enough to inspire unitology. Our people studied it and reverse engineered this red marker. But they needed somewhere to test it.
Aegis 7.
You've seen the result. The stuff of nightmares. I thought the old reports were just hysteria. Until I saw what I saw. They sealed off the whole system, buried the records nice and clean. Until CEC got greedy. Those idiots tore Aegis 7 apart and woke up with the old research team left behind.
So EarthGov sent you to sweep it all under the rug. Damn it, we have to return the marker. If anyone else stumbles across Aegis 7...
It was disappeared once. We can do it again. I've seen how the marker fucks with your head. It must be contained. For what it's worth, we made a great team. You'll find another way off the Ishimura. I mean, you're one hell of an engineer.
Your experiment's gonna kill us all! Daniels!
Come on. You're gonna leave me here, Daniels, after everything we've been through? Alright, alright.
It was all for nothing.
And I knew that was going to happen, because I remember that being a point in Dead Space. It's just weird.
Isaac, come in. It's Nicole.
Where are you?
In the flight control room. Please, you have to come up here now. There's still a way out for us, but we don't have much time.
For example, at the very beginning, she's trying to sow discord between you and Hammond, talking about distrust and stuff. That really doesn't help her agenda, right? For her to accomplish her agenda, she needs to use her very limited manpower at her disposal. And having you and Hammond go at each other, or distrust everybody, including her, that's what happens when you say, like, hey, something's wrong here. And trying to pit people against each other in this uneasy relationship. That doesn't help her secure the marker or anything.
There you are.
Thank God you're here. The ship's coming apart. I saw what you've been through. Your investigation, Mercer. What happened with us?
We don't have to talk about it.
I need you to know I'm sorry about everything.
It's okay, Isaac. You know I forgive you. I love you.
Oh, good, but
There's still hope. You can recall the shuttle and remote pilot it from here. Bring back the marker and we can return it to Aegis. You can make us whole again.
I just want to make things right.
Then let's do it together.
So there's one more twist before I can talk about my confusion about the whole marker stuff.
Recalling shuttle USG-09. Prepping remote docking procedures.
Damn it, Isaac! You don't know what you're doing!
I know. I'm finally doing the smart thing.
You fucking kidding me? Shit!
Warning. Escape pod launch detected from shuttle USG-09.
Escape pod. Damn! We lost her.
It doesn't matter. She can't escape her fate. But who can?
Yeah, it's just a lot of waiting around. They say the original Dead Space was a nightmare to speedrun because there was so much waiting around as well.
Here it comes. Isaac?
I know. Ishimura's finished. If we get on that shuttle, there's no going back.
Leave no regrets. Go. I'll reprogram the shuttle with our flight path to Aegis 7 and join you on board.
Don't leave me waiting.
Never again.
They're really heavy-handed about you can't come back. And I know for sure that somewhere out there, someone still didn't pick up on that and left and thought, oh, I thought I could go back.
We can't wait much longer. Go to the shuttle. I'll be there soon.
Yeah, I was waiting for an enemy to spawn in here, but I guess it just took an extra long while for him to load in. Alright, so this next section, I'm probably the most confused I have ever been while playing. Because I didn't want to board the shuttle without getting it on tape. I don't know. For some reason, I thought this was a pretty big occasion. So when I use the shuttle, I'm completely lost until I get to my next save point. Hi, Kine. Come on, you're coming with us. You made it this far, dude. I'd rather have Tempo, but you'll do. Also, are we sure there are no other survivors on board we want to rescue? Cross, maybe?
I never
This isn't how I imagined saying goodbye to the Ishimura.
This camera angle reminds me of Space Quest.
Steady.
I'm good.
Are you afraid, Isaac?
No. With you, I can handle anything.
One more ride together, then. This all began in the core of the planet.
Daniel said EarthGov built the marker. Some experiment they abandoned hundreds of years ago.
If you're not ready, the miracle must be as terrifying as a nightmare. The planet is restless, hungry. It'll try to eat us alive. But we have the marker. We'll put things back the way they were. We will be whole again.
Yeah, like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. This is my first time landing on the planet. So I'm half wondering if I should just figure out where to go to get to my next save point, and then redoing everything I just did, or just going with it. Well, since you're seeing it, meant that I just decided this was good. It's not like I was lost for that long.
Gravity tethers on the Ishimura are feeling the tectonic load. We don't have long before all that rock falls. How do we do this?
The loading track leads directly to the excavation site. It'll work. The hive mind will obey. We'll be whole again. And you and I can be together. Come on. We need to hurry.
I figure there's no way I can follow her through that door, but who knows? Maybe there's an Easter egg. So maybe on hindsight I could try if I stasis the door? Huh. Something worth thinking about. It is in this room I learned that my stasis melts things that are inside its radius. You have to remember that every time I save, the next segment that you see is after, say, maybe an hour of playtime and testing out stuff. By the time of that recording, I have stasis the room in several attempts. Look at that, 30,000 for that statue. That is the monetary value of picking up 30 pickups of lying back. At this point, I'm carrying 4 weapons. But I've got plenty of ammo, so if I didn't find enough ammo of any one kind of gun, I had plenty of ammo for the others. And I have yet to use the contact beam gun. Oh, this is the last chance to do it. But I'm glad I brought it. It looks like it's intentional, but I only figure out my solutions for it through experimentation. So yeah, it's at this point I'm stasising these corpses that I'm realizing that it's my stasis that's melting everything. That must be what the prototype module does. So I tried looking at my inventory to see if there's any information. Nothing I found would do it.
The marker signal changes us, recombines us, but there's a dead space in that signal. Around the marker itself, the eye of the storm. They can't stay in it for long.
This pedestal. Why there?
It amplifies. The marker's pulse will be felt across the planet. The dead will sleep, and the living will see what is.
Waiting for this marker over and over on repeated runs just wears out my patience.
Warning, unknown biohazard detected. Quarantine in progress.
So now that I know my stasis does damage, I'm just going to be stasising all the time. If you didn't think I stasised enough before, I'm going to keep stasising now. Yeah, I don't know why they turn red. That might be part of the prototype thing, where maybe it stasises people with hostile intentions. I have no idea.
Lifting quarantine.
Do you miss them, Isaac?
Galleon team? Yeah.
And your parents? Your mother was a unitologist. She believed.
She believed so much it killed her. Is this what she would have wanted?
She did. Would that make this easier?
Maybe it's a good thing I'll never know.
I wanted to pick up all the loot first before flipping the bridge, because that just sends your items flying. I want to trigger the next marker before I start looking through these side passages.
Isaac, there's no power in this section. The marker won't move. We're losing time.
It's okay. Test connection. What's it say?
Power failure detected. Tether generator. Gravity control.
One of the ground side gravity tethers. Maybe a busted power line. I'm on it.
Please hurry. We can't fail now.
Okay, this next room was probably the hardest room in the whole game for me to no damage. I even tried setting up laser trip mines ahead of time, but they disappeared by the time you returned to the room. I'm not kidding when I say that some parts of this game are just a test of patience.
Now entering tether control. Cross-contamination field engaged.
But as a whole, the game, very enjoyable. All the things to copy from the original Dead Space, this didn't need to be one of them.
Warning. Main power interrupted. Tether generators are offline. Emergency elevator offline. Notifying maintenance. Power restored to west generator. Power restored to central generator. Power restored to east generator. Power restored to tether generators. Ready for restart. Restarting tether. Now entering zero gravity.
Janet Isaac, power is slowing again. Come back to the marker quickly. The excavation site's just up ahead. Make us whole.
Very nice fluid free gravity movement there. I think all those skips are just autosaves. So this box also not only provides physical cover, it does tons of damage. I figure I need to stasis that guy before he closes in on me. Making sure the room is secure before I focus on the brute. One of the reasons why brutes have been so easy is because it's been the sole target of your focus. When I look at it, even in the replay footage right now, I'm surprised that I have not been hitting that explosive set. I really think I've been landing my shot every time, but apparently I must not have. Once again, I'm surprised at how the brute has died. What you're not seeing are the countless times the brute has landed a hit on me. The brute actually spawns right here. I've been able to race fast enough to watch it spawn in real time.
Logging security card.
Here's where the contact beam starts paying off. Now, maybe I could have used different weapons, but this is the weapon I had at the time. So if you remember the way the tendrils work, they typically are a roadblock that when you destroy them, it opens up some new avenue of approach. Typically, you need to run to this into the hall, shoot the tendril on the right, climb your way up to the top, then blast the tendril that I'm aiming at right now. But I'm able to use the secondary fire of this contact beam in order to launch an explosive shot. Go ahead and trigger the marker, and then I'll loot the room. Because marker is the slow point. It's what I've got to wait on. So rather than loot the room first and add to my time, I might as well do it while I'm waiting. I have no intention of shooting this guy. I just want to aim at him while we wait. For the shutter control, I start spazzing out because I feel that no matter how close I am or how far I am from it, mashing E in front of it does nothing unless I move. I think it like only wakes up when I move. That's why I start jiggling in front of it.
You're almost there, Isaac. Get the marker to the pedestal. Hurry.
I'm a little disappointed I don't have 3 beams, but it's okay. I'll live.
Please, Isaac. The hive mind is coming. You have to make us whole.
Now, by hitting that tendril, I do knock out some of the most important tendrils that are in my way, but it also spawns every single zombie that would have been spawned gradually.
Reunited with the pedestal.
Thank you, Isaac. I always believed in you.
Nicole.
We're home again.
Emergency. Geo-orbital gravity tethers offline. Tectonic load released. Impact imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately.
Payload. I'll restart the tether. Buys time.
Rerouting gravity tether controls.
Come on, come on.
Forget it, Isaac. There's no fixing this.
Let her go, Daniels.
Let who go? Can't you see how delusional you are?
We've got to go. The payload from the planet crack is about to fall.
I gave you a chance to come around, Isaac. But if you still won't see it, I'll help you. One last time. Rig link override. This time, watch to the end.
Isaac, it's me. I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing. Just had a talk.
That's all this research was in the end. Not much, is it? Just how to make it listen when he begged for convergence. But I had a different prayer. It spoke. And then it listened. Make this stop, I said. Maybe it understood, but... I can't be carrying what was taken. Why can't I see you again, Isaac? I loved you. I always loved you.
For her, and Nicole for you. Jacob. No.
No, she can't be. What the hell did you do?
You did this to yourself. Nicole's been dead this whole time. You just couldn't handle it, could you? Because if she's gone, at least now it'll be in safe hands. The marker won't turn anyone else into its puppet. Give me the loader remote. No. It's over. We're whole again. For Christ's sake, I'm not going to ask again, Cross.
No! Enough people have died!
Then just do it. I've got nothing left to lose.
Cross!
It's better this way, Isaac. You'll never recover from what the marker's done to you. And when the tectonic load drops, all this will be buried. Just like Earth goes on.
I've actually had the game freeze up here, and I had to redo the whole section.
Warning. Seismic activity increasing. Evacuate to safe location.
Shuttle. I can still make it before she leaves.
So Nicole was just a marker-induced hallucination this whole time. So what I don't get is, bringing the marker back to the planet, is that a good thing or bad thing? I want to assume a bad thing, since Nicole wanted us to bring the marker here. And that Kyne was wrong. Okay, I can bear with that. That makes more sense than saying it's a good thing and Nicole was helping? But if that's the case, why is Isaac fighting so hard not to let Daniels take the marker off the planet? Like, if I have to choose between Daniels and the Hive Mind, I'm gonna go with Daniels. So yeah, I just don't get it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the story, it's just too convoluted for me to understand. Alright, so this is maybe my, let's say, 4th try against the boss. First try, I just used my plasma cutter. It went okay. Not great. And then the 2nd and 3rd try, I used the pulse rifle. Worked a little better. And I thought, you know what? Let me try the beam. I didn't think it was going to be better than a pulse rifle, but I thought I would just give it a shot. And wow, it is amazing. Maybe I just suck with the pulse rifle. That I spend all of my nodes on upgrading contact beam. It just, oh man. Obviously, you're seeing this because I won. All right, and it's a 20-year-old game too. So I try not to spoil anything, but I'm trying to provide you some sort of commentary. Well, this contact beam rips the boss to shreds. I remember the boss in the original Dead Space being super easy, but he probably wasn't as easy as the contact beam makes him in this version. And so the next couple cutscenes I have managed to break, but it also makes me have to redo the whole section again. So I'm going to try not to break these cutscenes. Too bad. Alright, I spent all my power nodes on the contact. All the rest of my resources have been poured into this final gun. Do a little moonwalk for the cutscene.
Last warning, Isaac. I mean it.
Alright, we are ready to see a smackdown of gargantuan proportions. That is not going to be from the hive mind. I may have never used the contact beam all game, but I think I do it justice in this battle. Look at how fast I fry all those pods. Normally it's shaking like that after every pod you shoot. I think they keep walking that direction because they don't know how to maneuver around the boxes. Bring it, ugly. Alright, so to dodge this, it's like a Mike Tyson punch out. Move in the direction its head is going. Now, in hindsight, I should have fired that after destroying one of the bulbs, because it gets more difficult the more sacks it uses. But I was just at this point trying to go with the momentum of like, wow, this contact beam is amazing. So given the diagonal attack pattern it has, if you don't have enough room in the back area, then go in the opposite direction of its head as you go closer. He's got 2 weak points left. All I have to do is hit him right between the sacks with the last explosive. forward and cross. Now we'll go ahead and back up because I prefer fighting him at a distance. That was close. This is a little roar. That means he's going to open up the weak point. And will I land the shot? Yes! Eat it! This is so easy. See that I paused right there? That's where it froze, and Isaac was just frozen there as the rest of the cutscene proceeded. I don't know if I can get damaged further from this point, but I play it safe nonetheless, and I go ahead and sweep up all the loot. I was surprised I got to get the loot. I'm glad I get to. I was actually at this time thinking that exact thing. Like, oh man, I'm sad I didn't get all that loot. But you know what? The game developers know what gamers like. That's me trying to activate healing unscathed. There's no achievement for this or anything. It's just I wanted to do no damage around.
Isaac, it's me. Oh, I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I wish I could just talk to you.
I'm sure that ending probably startled some viewers, but if you played the original Dead Space, not only did you know it was coming, but I think the original Dead Space was a little bit scarier. Now, that being said, I just disagree with the way Mercer died in this one. I think the way Hammond died is great, comparatively. So his interaction with Chen is stupid, but whatever. I'll chalk it up to the marker. There was a lot of good stuff in this game. I liked it. While people might balk at the idea of paying full price for a remake of the game, keep in mind that you're paying for the game itself and not necessarily for the story. There might be a lot of story, it might be a lot of lore, but if they released something as Dead Space 4 and said like, hey, you are a killer clown and you have to escape a world of xenomorphs, you would still get the game and play it. You didn't buy it for the story, right? So even if the story is just the same stuff, it's still a good game. It's still fun. If you have never played Dead Space 1, or you would have bought a Dead Space 4 if it was released, then yeah, this game's for you. So just because the story is the same, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a bad remake. I can see that they definitely put a lot of care and effort into this. A remake is not necessarily a bad thing. I would have personally preferred they tread new ground with it, or at least repair it after 3. If you made it to this end of the video, you too are an incredible Dead Space survivor. This will be one of my longer videos I put up, and I want to see how this kind of stuff does. Thank you very much for making it to the end of Tran Wins Dead Space 2023 Remake. Medium difficulty, no damage. I hope it was enjoyable for you, and I hope to see you in the next video.
There once was a ship from the CEC, the Ishimura USG. She cracked on boom with gravity. Go me bully boys, go! Huh. Soon may the Callian come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. 70 years she served her tour, 30 planets cracked and bore. The captain called no fly and swore he'd take that mucker in tow. Huh. Soon may the Callian come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Before the ship could set on home, tragedy struck and the colonies are gone. The old red marker done them wrong and brought the miners low. Huh. Soon may the Callian come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The ghouls aboard a mystery spoke of immutology. The captain swore he'd keep his creed and drag his crew down so. Huh. Soon may the Callian come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go.